Hello there, guys. Hello, hello. Welcome, everyone. Let me just see if you can hear me. Hello there, guys. Hello, hello. Welcome, everyone. There we go. And let me paste the reading information so those of you who would like to jump on the list can do so. And hey, Elisa Manzini, welcome. Hey, Jessica Exel, great to see you. Thank you, Selma. I appreciate it. Happy New Year. Merry Christmas to those of you who celebrate. Happy holidays generally. I know it's a big celebratory time of year for a lot of people. Hey, Marilyn. Great to see you. Let me grab, I'm missing one deck, the Lightworker Oracle deck. Let me grab that. One sec. Amazing. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. And then let me switch up my, I need to be able to see the notifications come in for those who want to pay. I'm going to be able to do so. There we go. All right, now I'll be able to see. Cool. How's everyone's holiday? How have you guys been with this Venus retrograde energy? I know it's, for some, it's been challenging. For others, it's really put you on your growth edge because Venus has been talking to Pluto and doling out all kinds of heavier lessons around love and money and connection and value and self-respect and self-worth. How has this energy been for you in the last week? Hey, Jennifer, welcome. Elvin, welcome. Saria Michelle, welcome, sweethearts. How are you guys? Let me know, check in. I'd love to hear what some of your experiences have been for this holiday. Elvin, that's a great way to put it. Growing pains for sure. Where you recognize you're not where you were. You can't be in that place anymore. And simultaneously, it's like the gates to the new world are like not fully opening yet. And creating a lot of clarity of vision, crises of conscience, all of that. All of that. So I totally get it. Triggers coming up with twin the past few days. That's so true, Marilyn. For a lot of people, for a lot of divine counterparts, because the energy they're in the sky, they're in very different places. She's wanting to build, she's in Earth, and he is in Aquarius, wrapping up some really significant lessons about what it means to love himself while also being connected to others and not taking self for granted. This has been a huge lesson this year. Sorry if I'm taking a minute. I have to find my notebook so I can track how we're working. And I need to get up from here. Taria Michelle says transit feels like a testing ground for all that I've been working on throughout the. It is. It very much is. It's even just before this, the eclipse points that we hit in November were asking us, are we going to repeat a cycle? Have we changed? Have we gotten enough out of our old behaviors? And then this Venus conjunct Pluto thing is going, well, here's what you need to know. You say you've gotten enough. Here's what you need to be prepared to deal with. If you don't want to go back into the old cycle, you've got to be willing to confront shadow pain, fear, manipulation, control issues, all of that. Laura Riverstone, welcome. Amber says, feels very lucid, like floating and not sure where it's all going to land. Yeah, that's already the Pisces energy coming in from Jupiter. Selma says, I had a very powerful dream where I confronted my abuser. Maybe that's Venus retrograde. It's Venus retrograde conjunct Pluto, because Pluto in shadow can certainly represent people taking advantage of our power, us giving away our power, power struggles, power issues with power and control. But specifically, I don't know what kind of abuse you experienced, but Pluto governs sex as well. So I myself have had some of those same dreams where, I was getting like sexually attacked and was able to stop it. But in the moment, it was a horrifying nightmare. Alvin says, I feel less triggered by twin stuff, more on self-career stuff, a lot of self-growth and boundaries. Yes. Very good. Thanks, Selma. I definitely got you. Jennifer, yeah, putting into practice and action what I've learned over the last 5 to 6 years. Very good, Jennifer. 2015 to 2021 was a very specific passageway. I want to say, what was 2021 minus 7? 2014. It was a very specific passageway where a lot of the ascension energies that you and I, that the earth was subject to pulling in, have they've come up for us to we've integrated the ascension energies, and now we're moving into a new chapter, walking into a new dimension. But that was a specific gateway, 2014 to 2011. Shri and Kira actually talk about this a lot on their channel, Official Shri and Kira. They're ascension teachers. They're twins. They're in union. They don't talk about the twin thing. They don't focus on that. They're just really focused on helping people with their ascension process. And they do like a weekly broadcast on Mondays that provides a lot of detail and insight, and then a monthly update about the energies. So you can subscribe to them. They're phenomenal. Okay. And Jennifer shares, power struggles are becoming very apparent with my close relationships. And they were meant to, Jennifer, at this time. This was always going to be a period of time where if you felt anyone trying to pressure or control you or trying to manipulate you or get something from you that you didn't of your own free will want to provide, you were going to find that this period of time, the Venus retrograde that began December 19th, ends January, how do I put this? Like 29th, 30th. And we could have felt the energy as early as November 19th, and we will feel it as late as February 28th. So it's a whole season. It's like 40 days with like a 30-day sandwich on either side. Um, you'll find that official Shri and Kira. You can look them up. You're going to find that during this period of time, there's something in you that's just willing to confront it. You're just unwilling, completely unwilling to let it slide anymore. And the trick is to be careful with this, right? Because areas of life where that has been a problem. So let's just say you've had a problem with boundaries in relationship, and people in relationship you find continuously take advantage of your goodwill and your good nature. In this moment right now, one of two things could happen. Either someone who either a circumstance that reminds you of that will come up, so you will have to deal with the trauma that you experienced. You're going to have to face it, heal it, so that it doesn't continue to manipulate you in your current circumstance and relationship. Or the very person who perpetrated the crossing of your boundaries is going to do it again at this time in such a way that you are going to need to confront what this means for you. Are you going to continue to live like this? And the pressure around it internally for you will be such that you won't be able to ignore it this time. You won't be able to sweep your own pain under the carpet this time. So that's this particular Venus retrograde. And so, you want to pay attention, especially those of you who are in star school with me. You want to pay attention to the house that is Capricorn governed. The example that I just gave you was a seventh house example, but there are 12 total houses, and this issue is going to show up in one of the 12. And it's about, how do we comport ourselves? How do we deal with, how do we manage and navigate when our triggers are up, our fears are up? Pluto governs fears. When power, control, and manipulation issues are up, that's Pluto. When issues around sex are up, that's Pluto as well. And when issues around other people's money is up, this could be tax stuff, this could be inheritance stuff, this could be stuff having to do with grants, getting a grant, not getting a grant, getting a loan, not getting a loan, and our fears and triggers about that. If we've ever been in bad credit situations in the past, this Pluto Venus situation is schooling us all on confronting these things from a much higher level of consciousness based on what we've learned in the last 7 years. Schooling us all on this in such a way that the lesson's a bit inescapable. It's a bit bearing down in its pressure. And so it's kind of like being forced to get in the water. And, we've been taught how to swim. So it's like flail those legs and those arms, try and figure it out. This is the test. This is a swim test. You got to make something happen here. So I do see the payments that have come in. Let me grab the notebook and we will begin. Hopefully you got to let me know, was this a helpful download for you? Let me know if this was useful insight. Did it resonate for you? Yeah. Hey, MY. Happy Wednesday. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year, MY. Extremely helpful confirmation. Very good. Cap is seventh house, and I'm almost in a celebratory state. So, welcome in the purge and reconstruction of seventh house themes. Very good. Very, very good. Happy to hear that. Okay. Very helpful. Confirms much of what I've been feeling. Good, Turia. Happy to hear that as well. Okay. So the list that I have as it stands, it works like the following. So start to get your questions ready, but it's going to be good for you to hold your questions until I call your name. Please don't paste your question and your birth details until I call your name. Okay. So I've got Salma, Laura, Amber, Katrine, Marilyn. Oh, okay. Marilyn, I see you figured it out this time. This is awesome. I see you sent a payment request, but then you also sent me money. So we'll work with that. All right. Um, might need to cancel that payment request. Okay. Selma, Laura, Amber, Katrine, and Marilyn. We'll work in that order. Selma, if you want to go ahead and get your question ready, we'll start that way. And for anyone who's new here, if this is your first time, are there any newbies in here who've never done this with me before? Is this anyone's first time? I think most of you who are here have probably done this before because I recognize some of your names here in the chat. That's right, Turia. With this particular transit, it would be that where you can continue to resist, but destruction is assured. With this transit. Rose, welcome. Happy to have you here. You guys welcome Rose in. Let's see. Did I receive a payment from you just now? See what this says. Yes, Rose, I did receive a payment from you. Okay. Awesome. I'm going to set up your chart. This is a fantastic question, Salma. Okay. Great question. Actually, let me close the chart I was just working with. Save. Save. New. Okay. Saudi. Riyadh. 7/9/1991. 7:30 a.m. All right. Let me share screen. All right. Thank you so much, Elvin. I was just getting ready to try and find that and paste that. I really appreciate that you posted that, Elvin. All right, cool. Selma, let me set the little timer here and we'll get started on your cue. All right, so Selma wants to know July 9th, and a question advice insight for earning money and achieving material security in the first half. Currently a bit worried. Okay. Let me just see why the word. Oh, okay. Yeah, there have been some significant changes career wise for you, Selma, and they're not over. Just in case you were wondering, the career changes are not done. They will continue. Um, but they're not bad. You can trust with what we have here that you will land on your feet, that you will be able to get through this. Some of what's going on is a function of your Saturn return. And this is a period of time in one's life where, especially because Saturn speaks to your natal moon, this is a period of time in anyone's life. We have it almost twice in a lifetime. It's rare somebody gets to it a third time, but some people do. They come around every 30 years, where you're starting to come into your soul calling and where your soul urge is directing you and guiding you to be. It happens around 27, 28, 29, 30. The energy lasts for about 2.5 years. What you're being asked to do is to get into where it is you're called to be and organize your life accordingly. At my Saturn return, I was called to be in a certain city that was all the way across the country from where I was at in the United States. And to move would have been a really big deal. But everything blossomed when I actually moved. It was hard at first, very hard, but it was the right place for me to be. And everything good in my life unfolded from that moment of arrival in the place where I was called. You probably do need one other source of income based on the way your second house of earned income is structured. We've got the Virgo house here, and it's governed by the planet Mercury. Mercury is here in your 12th house. When we have, and you have a 12th house stellium, so there's a lot of intuitive ability that you walked in with. I'm going to say, especially because of the way Uranus is squaring that Mercury, you've already been guided, told, shown at some point earlier this year what you would need to do earned income wise to make ends meet and to not struggle here. I do understand why potentially you might have a little bit of resistance to doing what it is that you need to do. This Saturn Uranus is creating a T-square for you. And the answer for you in the T-square is down here in Scorpio, but it's the third house part of Scorpio for you. And this is about communication. It's also about marketing. And it's about learning how to reach out and ask for what you need, but also start to work with your money in more masterful ways. Scorpio energy has mastery with money. Taurus energy has initiation with money. And we see the energy is activated by Taurus and it lands down there in Scorpio. So what you're going to need to do, some of this is about learning how to let go, learning how to not hold on to things that just aren't right for you. How can I mute myself here? Oops. Learning how to let go of things that just aren't right for you, learning how to ask for help when you need it. And then the other piece too is about you learning how to market yourself and be in the world of comms and communication and PR. Now, if there is a financial concern here, what I want to say is that it can get resolved, but it is going to require you to probably do some things that I'm going to be honest, I'm looking at these transits that you need to do. That Salma, I get you've probably just not really been willing to do because it's probably been kind of crappy to have to do them. So all of that to say, intuitively, I can see you've been shown. And whatever that thing is that you'd rather not have to do, but you know you need to, I'm going to go ahead and double down on it's time to go ahead and make that happen. The support is certainly there for it with Jupiter opposing the earned income house. The support is certainly there for it, and it will even out your cash flow problems if you're willing to take that step. So I don't know if that's like a bridge job or what, but it is saying the charts are definitely saying it's time, mama. It's time. Whatever that thing is, it's time to make that happen. So you have to confirm for me, Selma, whether or not that resonates, if you know what it is you're supposed to be doing. Like I said, it's probably something you don't love, probably something you were shown much earlier in 2021. And now you're getting to the place where it is like a little bit more dire, a little bit more need to just do it now. All right. Thank you for letting me read for you. We've got Laura next. So, Laura, if you could go ahead and paste your question. Then we have Amber, Katrine, Marilyn, Rose, Mia, Shay, and Celine. I want to also just offer for some people who are not quite sure what to ask, maybe you're listening in. What I have resistance to, is it because it's uncomfortable or tedious? Probably so, because Virgo rules that that second house for you, Selma. And Virgo needs, like, for earned income success, there's probably something uncomfortable. Not uncomfortable, something tedious, something that's detail oriented, super focused. Like, there's probably something about doubling down on getting organized financially here for you. And then the second thing is that I think that might be it, Salma, some admin stuff where, you can kind of hop on, log on, bank some hours and know for a fact that, food is handled that month. Okay. All right. But it covers a baseline, like kind of letting go of the idea that it's going to magically sort itself out. Because the one thing that showed up in your chart is that magical thinking is not going to help you in your finances. There are some people who have the capacity to just kind of think it and, like, I dream of genie or like bewitched, just kind of like bonk their head or twink their nose and bam, it's there. Like, boom. Like, I can manifest the money, I can call it forward, but you didn't have that energy in your chart. You have I got to work for every dime. I got to make it consistent. I need to pay attention to what's coming and what's going. I need to be on top of the details energy in your chart. So, admin work seems like it would really take a lot of the pressure and the stress off for you. In such a way that you would be more free to make your art and not stressed in the creation of it, not creating from a depressed place or creating from a place of lack or fear, but instead creating from a place of being completely free to do what inspires you, as opposed to needing to focus in on only doing what feeds you. You don't want to have your art tied to necessity if you can avoid it as an artist. You can after a certain point, but when we're creating from the place of desperation, the art tends to take that on, and it can have a repelling vibration. All right. So now we're going to do Laura. Laura, I have you as October 31st, 1988, 3:20 a.m. in the morning, Bristol, United Kingdom. I thank you, Laura. I appreciate that. I hope you had a good Christmas as well. Advice or insight with regards to my relationship with Dad. Let's see what's what here. I'm trying to work out how I can improve it. It's a lifelong issue. Thank you. You're welcome. This is a lifelong issue for you because of the position of Pluto with your sun and Pluto with your moon. Unfortunately, Pluto moon peeps tend to have sometimes some real challenges with dad. And I'm also seeing here the nature of your father sitting here with Uranus. I mean, this could play out in a few ways. I'm just trying to think of the right way to say this and just see if there's any other planetary influences. Oh, yeah, there's all the influences. Damn. Okay. I can wax poetic about this, about who your father is, but I don't think you need me to do that. I think you just need as many solutions as I can throw at you in 4 minutes because I see the problem. A couple of things are going to be required here. Number one, it's going to be required, and I think you've probably gotten to this place already, Laura, that who your father is and who you need him to be as a soul who incarnated on planet Earth, two different humans. Like there was a part of you that really needed probably a bit more nurturing, a bit more support, a lot more security than you got from your father. And certainly a lot more sensitivity than I'm seeing you received from him. Instead, I see you got something very different, and that you're probably at a crossroads in your life. Not even you hit this crossroads a while ago. I'm seeing where you've gotten some clarity. He's not going to be the man you need him to be. So you got to work with the man you got. And in so doing, a transcendence occurs, and you start to recognize how for the woman, the soul, I put for the soul you're meant to be on planet Earth, he has actually been 100% perfect. He has been exactly what's required for you to step into some of the mastery that you're meant to have in this lifetime. And some of that mastery really includes a mastery in the world of communication and having the ability to keep lines of communication open, really open up and be curious about other people and why they are the way they are and how they got to be the way they are, so that you can cultivate and hold a place of more compassion for them as opposed to judgment. The more we understand people, the more we're able to love them and see how much they're just like us, really understand their struggle. I see here that your father does struggle to open sometimes, but if you're willing to kind of trace the threads of things he's willing to share, really understand kind of the shows he's drawn to, the kind of routines he lives his life within, even stories maybe that your mother could tell you about him to help you understand him. The more you have that kind of compassionate understanding to understand why he got the way he got, like why is he the way he is, the easier it's going to be for you to be with his energy, which is challenging for sure, in a way that is going to keep you from, just feeling overall like you want to throw the whole relationship out the window. So that's thing number one, because I do see here in your chart that there probably have been multiple times in your lifetime already where you have wanted to throw it out, like you've wanted to stop communication on the whole, where you've wanted to not have to deal with him if you didn't have to, other than hello, goodbye, Merry Christmas, happy birthday, the end, that's it. However, the second thing that this is about is in terms of like accepting the soul that you've become and its mastery, like what it is that you need to give to people here on earth. There is like a deep intuitive sense about you, a deep kind of empathic knowingness about you that once deployed, is you'll see that you bring this to the table and your most significant of relationships. But part of the reason why you are the way you are, Laura, is because you had the kind of dad you had. It wasn't possible for you to deploy the sense of kind of emotional, spiritual mastery, psychological, spiritual mastery that you have in this lifetime without having gone through the trials and tribulations you went through with this man. Okay. So that's the second piece of this, is just coming to appreciation, mourning that you didn't get the dad that, the ego parts of your soul needed, recognizing the man that he is, and starting to formulate compassion around that. And then the third piece has to do with recognizing that you are who you are in your majesty and mastery because of the kind of man he showed up and agreed to be in this lifetime for you. All right. So that's as deep as I can go in a one question mini reading, Laura. But if you want to unpack this a bit more, we can look at it a bit more. My strong recommendation to really get on the right track with him would be to book like a relationship reading, a twin flame reading. It's set on my site, but just where it asks for the other person's information, put in your father's information. And then I can look at the dynamics between his energy and your energy and how you can operate with his energy in a way that doesn't cause you, because I can see his energy causes you to shut down, want to tune out. Sometimes you go numb because the emotions become too rich, too heavy, and gets you to a place of like it's like I'm seeing the cartoon where the face gets red and the cartoon stops breathing and the smoke is like coming out of the person's ears. Like I see he can get you to that place. But it doesn't have to be like that. And we can look at, like how you can kind of get past those moments of frustration with a little bit more understanding in a relationship reading about who he is and how he operates and what you can do with that. But that's, like I said, this is as far as I can really go in a single question mini reading. Thanks for asking. Beautiful question. Beautiful question. And again, this speaks to your own mastery, Laura, in terms of who you came into this earth to be. Because as much as I saw you said that this resonates 100%, I can see as much as you would like to sometimes really throw the whole relationship away, there is something in your own kind of mastery. Amber, if you could go ahead and paste your question, that would be great. If I can see that as much as you want to do that based on what your chart looks like, there's something deep in your soul that doesn't let you cut him off. Despite all the dysfunction, I see the dysfunction there. There's some really unhealthy stuff, but I see there's something in your soul that won't let you do that. And it's not to say you can't have good boundaries, but it is to say that because that thing is there, right? Where you want to cut him off. At times, that energy can also show up in a mirrored fashion in your own energy. And instead of cutting him off, sometimes, unfortunately, what can happen there is you end up cutting yourself off from yourself, like you shut down. And it's that shutdown can take a long time to come back from. And I can see you've already been through that at least once in your life. And it would be really good to not have to go through that again, right? Okay. So let's do Amber. Thank you. I love this. It's exactly one of the questions I was going to recommend, Amber. What are the most prominent transits for 2022? That's one of the questions I was going to recommend for people. Another question that I'd recommend for people is, what's my big lesson for the Venus retrograde? based on where the Mercury retrogrades are going to fall next year, what am I supposed to be working on? What's my thematic lesson for next year? Another question that I'd recommend for people would be, because we're moving into the Taurus Scorpio eclipse cycle and the nodes are moving into Taurus and Scorpio. What's my lesson there? How can I work with the energy? And then the third question I was going to recommend for people was about, I was working on or struggling with, or I want to create X, Y, or Z in 2021. Now in 2022, what's my next step? If this is where I want to go, this is what I want to work on. What is it that I need to focus on in 2022 to get that outcome? Okay, so you can work with the energy of the planets. Those would be the questions I recommend. So let's just see June 25, 85, Costa Mesa, 5:30 p.m. What's my most important lesson? Prominent themes in 2022. I'm feeling overwhelmed with what needs my undivided attention. Gotcha. Right. Okay. Yeah, I get why. And the part of the reason you're feeling overwhelmed with what needs your undivided attention has to do with several things. One, your second house is lit up like a Christmas tree at the moment. So the saying goes, you've got a lot of energy moving through Capricorn, and that Capricorn energy is about values. Hey, NM Venus, welcome. And so that value house, I mean, it's like, how can we not value certain parts of ourselves? All of ourselves are valued. So it's really important for you to kind of figure out like, okay, well, where is the focus, which is a good thing that you're asking me. The main thing and the main theme I'm seeing after we get past the Venus retrograde. So for you, this is meant to be a period of like reflection. And what actually happens during this period of reflection, it's a bit of like sum totaling, tally keeping. How far have I come up until this juncture? And then what comes forward after we get to the end of the Venus retrograde is a clarity and a wisdom. And for you, this is really going to be about understanding third house themes. Third house is about conscious mind, communication, dealing with soul family and soul tribe here on earth, siblings, cousins, and neighbors, but also the family that is soul family, right? And I'm seeing here from this third house, you end up having a contact. You've already had it to your moon. Moon represents our needs. And you also end up getting a contact to your Chiron and your seventh house. And so for you, the thing that's going to require and ask for a bit of undivided attention, let me just see what you have going on in Leo. Okay. And what do you have going on in Scorpio? Right. Yeah. Okay. Got it. So this whole period of time is going to ask you to lean into your North Node in a really significant way. It's going to ask you to lean into, you've got North Node, Taurus, sixth house. Sixth house is about health and well-being. Sixth house is about self-care. Sixth house is about things that have power over us, like our health. And with that, this whole year for you is going to be about learning how to consciously and intentionally put Amber first, deal with Amber first, honor Amber first. And where you cannot do that, it's just going to be about learning how to take care of Amber in the midst of difficult energies, in the midst of challenging circumstances. Some of this is going to be also about boundaries and learning appropriate boundaries with people and with work situations. I'm seeing next year there can be a potential for work to kind of spill over into your private life, unfortunately. And so the boundaries thing is going to be required for you, not just with soul family, but also with work stuff as well, so that you can get into a place where, you know, you're you're not held back by, how can I put it? Where you're not held back by trying to be too many things to too many people. That's the right way to say this. When we're trying to be too many things to too many people, unfortunately, one of the things that can happen, Amber, one of the things I'm seeing you're going to struggle with next year is feeling empty, like you're running on empty. And so, the theme for next year for you is about learning how to keep your own cup full and keep other people from like trying to like, ooh, Amber's got some water. Let me take from Amber's water. Learning how to keep other people from taking what's not theirs to take. Okay. So that's the way I see that going for you. All right. Um, Thank you for letting me read for you. I appreciate that. Um, and for asking such a potent question. That's a really beautiful question. All right. After we have Amber, on our list here is, Amber asks, she wanted you asked for the 3-card tarot to go with it. Katrine, if you could go ahead and paste your question. Amber, for you, I'm inclined to pull a Lightworker Oracle deck card for you, because I find for questions as rich as the one that you just provided, getting more detail specifically from this deck about like what's in your growth process for this coming year and the number one thing you need to focus on, this deck will provide lots of insight for you from a much higher level perspective. So I'm going to go ahead and pull from the Lightworker Oracle deck. It's a beautiful deck by Alana Fairchild. Those of you who are old school on my channel will remember when I used to post a weekly kind of card from the deck on the channel for just inspiration and guidance for the collective. I stopped doing that when it just seemed like, you know, people had just seen enough of it. But it's one of my absolute favorite decks for personal guidance. So, okay, here we go. Interesting. This was sticky to pull, and I kept seeing myself pull for you from the Rider-Waite. Let me just see if the Rider-Waite wants to pop out information any easier and faster. Oh, it does. Okay, so Rider-Waite, it is for you. Okay, so give me 2 more cards for, there we go. Okay, I got it. Okay. Yeah, the Rider-Waite was what wanted to be worked with, not the Lightworker Oracle deck. So we'll just honor that. Wow. Okay, this is big energy. The Fool, the Star, and you know both of those are major arcana energies. So those are the energies of divine intervention. We have the Fool, the Star, and then coming out in the 3rd position, but both of them at the same time. So one clarifying the other in reverse. 9 of Swords and 10 of Cups, both reversed. So when we have the Fool and the Star, you know, the Fool, the beginning of the major arcana, it really talks about the necessity for taking risks, taking leaps, being willing to say yes to the unfoldment, say yes to the journey. And the Star here, the 17 card of the major arcana, this one is about balance. And that 8, it's an 8 number, 1 and 7 make 8. This is about balance, and it's about learning how to live in balance, live from a place of giving and receiving, allowing things to flow in and flow out, and recognizing yourself as source in the circumstance, taking your support and the things that feed you and nourish you, and making sure those things come in, and then also then giving where it's appropriate to give with those things. The star also really talks about hope, um, and potential for a much brighter future as well. And so when I see the Fool and the Star here, if there have been risks that you know that you want to take in the coming year, these two are really talking about if you want to start a business, thinking about, stepping forward in your light work and in your service. These two together are really talking about the necessity of like, do it now. But then when we have in the final position, 9 of Swords reversed, 10 of Cups reversed, this is talking about and let go of feeling the need to worry about, is it going to bring you happiness or not, or being all up in your head about it. It's going to be a journey. On the Fool's journey, there are ups, there are downs, there's breakthrough and breakdown, there's heartache and heartbreak, and there's heart opening and heart expansion. And the first two are really talking about the need to let go of whatever the leap of faith is that you need to take, looking a certain way or yielding a certain destination, a certain outcome, because this is going to be a journey. And as long as you take it, the star really ensures that you're going to end up in a good place. You're going to have good experiences and challenging ones, but it's necessary to take the leap. Okay. So that's what I got for your message for next year, Katrine. Well done. Oh, sorry, not Katrine, Amber. Thank you for asking. And we're going to move on now to Katrine. Thought for sure the Lightworker Oracle deck wanted to talk, but no, it was the Rider-Waite. All right. So we're going to do Katrine. After Katrine, we'll do Marilyn. Marilyn, get your question ready, but don't paste it yet. Then Rose. Rose, get your question ready, but don't paste it yet. And then we have Mia, Shay, Israel, Talene, Jan, NM Venus, and Vibe and Shine. All right. Let's hit it with Katrine. Denmark. Kallenborg. 12/28. Well, happy birthday, Katrine. Happy birthday, sweetheart. 4:52 p.m. All right. Let me share screen. December, you're welcome, Amber. December 28th, 69, 4:52 p.m. Kallenborg, Denmark. Okay, got it. We live in different countries. I saw him at the beginning of November after being separated due to COVID for 2 years. I was triggered after seeing him in November and we did not talk for a month. Now we're back in comms and I feel like I must go back and spend time with him because we grow every time we meet. Great, 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 great. Uranus and Saturn. Saturn is here. I see. Woohoo, we're already in the Pisces energy. Jupiter is at the 0 degree mark of Pisces. All right. Wonder, I've been so sleepy. Or is Saturn? Where is Uranus? Um, if you can wait, Katrine, I'd recommend that. I'll be honest with you. Oops, that is 3033. And hopefully none of us are here at that time. Yeah, I would wait, Katrine. I'd actually wait till March, the beginning of March, if you could. I would get past the Venus retrograde energy. Frankly, if you work inside of the Venus retrograde energy for seeing him, I think it's going to be difficult for both of you, especially because you have the Capricorn seventh house. I don't know if you heard what I had to say about that at the very beginning of this broadcast. If you didn't, I would go back and I would listen to it immediately, Katrine. I just don't see it being smooth. I don't see it being easy. I see if you go in January and February, you're just going to be dealing with more of the same triggering energy from November. And I laid out at the beginning of the broadcast the dates for this Venus retrograde stuff. Like it hit as early as November. She didn't retrograde until December. She ends in the end of January, but the energy is still with us till the end of February. And this is not easy energy. It's hard on purpose. It is challenging on purpose. It is confronting on purpose. There are specific lessons we're supposed to get out of it, but I don't know that you need to, now that you got the trigger, you know what the issue is. I don't know that you need to go back into that energy in the flesh right now. My suggestion would be to work with the lesson. Like you bit off a really big chunk in November. You're going to get more triggers now that you guys are back in communication. This ain't over. There's going to be new triggering events that are going to come up. But I would say, even though it is brought to the surface by the connection, it is meant for you to solve it for yourself. He's not going to be able to help you resolve it. The interactions with him are the catalyst for the resolution, but in no way, shape, or form is him doing something different going to help you resolve the problem that exists within you. So I know that's some tough love energy to hear, but it's also the truth that for you, this stuff is going to come up through the seventh house, but it's not meant to be resolved with another human. It's meant to be resolved in you. And so you need to shift some things in yourself and deal with what's coming up, what's confronting right now, Katrine. And then the timing for seeing one another and having a different kind of experience. Like when I see that you've like cleared this, like when you're no longer in this place, it's not even the beginning of March. Damn. Yeah, I would say even by mid-March, you're still processing this because it's an eighth house Venus transit for you. There's some things that you're going to have, like whatever is going on in this cycle for you, you're going to have to let go of certain ideas and ideals about the way you thought things would be. Yeah, things don't look right again until March. The end of March, beginning of April. Now, you look, if the energy is there, you're really vibing with it, you're called to it. He's like, please, no, please come now. And you have the flexibility and the cash flow to come right now, Katrine. And by all means, like, don't let the astrology run your show. If you feel called to do it now, there may be something that happens in person that you are really meant to experience in person in order to take the next step in your growth. Marilyn, it's your turn. Please pace your question. But, if if there's room and flexibility and there's just no urgency on your side or his for you to be there at the now time, then I wouldn't push it. I would let the less ride out the wave of the Venus retrograde and then look at it for the end of March. I also, let me just see again. Let me just see something again, because there's something in the collective energy that I know doesn't get better until April. Let me just see this really quick. 3. Yeah, the collective energy stays really funky. I'm going to be honest. In fact, I would say, unfortunately, I hate to predict this kind of thing. Before we get to April, we're going to see another variant crisis. Unfortunately, I really, like I said, I hate to say that. But nevertheless, the energy for that is here. Yeah, these planets don't start acting right until April 30th. Let me just put it this way: the first 5 months of the year are going to be heavy, heavy. Okay, so just prepare yourselves for that. They're going to be heavy in the collective more so than they will be heavy for you individually, Katrine. Nevertheless, it's going to help you to just take it slow. Unless you have to rush something, don't rush something. If you have to rush it, then trust your life. But otherwise, just be prepared to like get some healings, ride this out. That would be the best way to utilize this energy. Get some energetic healings for yourself, for your counterpart, for the connection. I really like Pink Healing Light. She does wonderful twin energy healing. She also does SRT. She does past life stuff as well if you need it. But her work can really shift certain things. And this particular passageway with this Venus retrograde, it's bringing up some old karmic stuff for people, like stuff that was kind of like locked in the spiritual DNA that's like ready to come out for all of us. So if you can utilize this energy in that way, Marilyn, do you have a birth time? Or no? Totally okay if you don't have a birth time. If you can utilize this time to really focus in, especially the Venus retrograde between now and February, to do deeper level healing work, you're going to find that in the second half of the year, things feel a lot better. A lot better. All right. All right. No time. Okay, got it. I just saw that part. Let me share the screen. Thank you all for being like so ready with your questions and allowing things to move quickly for the rest of the list. I really appreciate your preparedness today. Okay, Marilyn wants to know, I graduated college in March with the associate in business. I've also written a book to tell my story of overcoming trauma to motivate others, which is almost finished. Very nice. Okay. I feel it's my calling to help others with my story. What do you see for 2022 for me? Okay, great. Awesome. Yes, VW, you can. If there's just one time zone, we can work with it. Okay. Thank you so much, Alvin. Okay. Huh. All right, let me see. Oh, wow. Okay. Big deal year for you. Big deal few years for you. All right. Yeah, this is a period of time with Pluto conjunct your sun and Pluto being the ruler, secondary ruler of this 10th house here, where and your house of wish fulfillment, where you start to come into your own, where you start to come into your power. Let me just see something here. I need to understand where the Mars retrograde is going to hit, because for some reason I'm being shown that that's going to be significant for you. Mars retrograde 2022. Mercury, Venus, Mars, October 30th in Gemini to January 1st. Gemini. Give me 1 second to get back to the window where your chart is. Okay, so Gemini, 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 fifth house. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. In the second half of the year, you're going to find that your kind of like creative spark and creative potential with that Mars retrograde in Gemini in the fifth house of creativity and on the axis of manifestation really lights up you going back to the past. That's a retrograde to bring something forward into manifestation in the now. Okay. So Mars retrograde in Gemini is also going to touch your Aquarius first house and your teacher house and your midheaven, that is Libra and Aquarius. So, yeah, I would say do as much as you can between now and then to start the process of just sharing. Sharing where you feel it's appropriate to share, sharing what you feel called to share. When it comes to, yeah, there's that Mars. Going to back right up into Gemini. Pluto is still sitting on your sun and your 10th house is lit up. Yeah, the Mars retrograde season is going to be the season in which it starts to you start to pull forward in what you feel called to share and what it is you feel like you're ready to expose to people. So I see Jupiter is going to hit that third house at that time. Over here, third house is Jupiter is the expander. This is your axis of PR and marketing. So I'm seeing a lot of like speaking gigs, opportunities to share, podcasts. You know, you can reach out to people and start to set up interviews that create the visibility and the exposure that would be useful for you. Marilyn, I see here that you have also purchased a tarot pole. Let me just see. What do I see for 2022? Let me just see if the Lightworker Oracle deck wants to talk to us for you. Marilyn, do we have a card for Marilyn? Do we have a card for, yes, card come out. Yeah, first ray of power. I love it. All right, let me read this for you. I'll answer your question in a minute, NM Venus. This is the first card of the entire Lightworker Oracle card deck. First ray of power is energy of conscious destruction. It can be used in a healthy way to eliminate the past and allow for a fresh start. The first ray also carries the frequency of leadership. It can assist you to stand in the truth of your light so others can find their way by it. It helps to strengthen your willpower so you can accomplish any task you choose. The Ascended Master El Moraya brings you his particular blessing and encourages you to believe in your own strength and take the initiative on what matters most to you. If you're confused about which path to take or whether to continue a certain relationship, course of action, or lifestyle choice, the first ray of power will clarify matters for you. When it moves through our lives, whatever is holding us back will be removed, either through circumstances seemingly beyond our own control or by our own actions based on a sudden inner knowing. When the first ray of power is indicated, a long-term plan that was once important to you may suddenly seem as though it needs to change or even be released altogether. Or you may suddenly get the motivation to go for something you've been dreaming of for a long time. Once this ray affects your life, your understanding of what is helpful and what is not can change overnight. The changes will feel very true, freeing, and helpful. Those people, dreams, and opportunities that remain in your life afterwards have survived the onslaught of divine will. So, definitely circumstantially, Marilyn, some people going, some certain dreams coming to an end, some new things coming in. Okay. The first ray of power also relates to matters of leadership and politics. And let's just see what else it says. Speaking your truth will be very helpful at this time, not only for you, but also for those around you who are willing to hear your voice and make their own choices from a clearer place within. Do not be afraid to be heard. Okay. Finally, when this ray makes its way into your life, it's time to accept the loving gauntlet being thrown down by the universe and take your hands off the controls of life. Detach and be curious. The universe will show you exactly what you need and remove what you do not. If something or someone is no longer a part of your life, it will be so that a more beautiful, more truthful, and more satisfying version of what you are surrendering can come into your world. Remember, the universe loves you and only wants the best and most beautiful life experiences for you. Trust it enough to let it happen now. Okay. So that's the theme that goes with your reading, Marilyn. Thank you for allowing me to read for you. You'll have to let us know how it goes next year. All right. Rose, sweetheart, it is your turn. And I'm going to read for Rose and update the list. Rose, please paste your question. Added to the list. Okay, we've got Diva. We've got Vivian. And we've got Heather. Cool. Rose, please paste your question. And here's where the list stands. After Rose, we have Mia. So Mia, go ahead and get your question ready. It's about to be your turn. Then we have Shay, Israel, Talene, Jan, NM Venus, Vibe and Shine, Tara T, Diva, Vivian, and then Heather. Okay, so it's not too bad. And most people are really prepared with their questions, so it's moving pretty quickly. That is correct, Elvin. So let's go to NM Venus's question while we wait for Rose. She wants to know, it depends on your question, NM Venus. So you may need to shorten your question, Rose. Depending upon what you want to know. And so NM Venus, we have a few people in front of you. So just hang out and kind of see what kind of questions they're asking and what kind of chart they're asking me to look at for those questions, and it'll start to become more clear. Okay. But it depends on what you want to know, which that'll let me know which chart I need to look at for you. One, four. Hey, happy birthday, Rose. Happy birthday. Okay. No problem. And I'm Venus. Are you guys enjoying the mini reading format? I know I see some of you here each week, and it's just such a joy to hang out with you guys. I'd love to know if you're willing to share it in the chat, what it is you like about this format. Okay, let me set the timer here and we'll dive in for Rose. Okay. Working with my Saturn return during this period going into the new year. Okay, no problem. Saturn return, how to work with it. Let's take a look. Okay, wow. Rose, are you married presently? See what your vertex point is saying. This Saturn return for you is going to really put you on track when it comes to where you're meant to be, who you're meant to be around, when it comes to relationship, romantic partnership specifically. I'm also seeing not married. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be a marriage initiation transit, Rose, and a relationship initiation transit. Where is your gateway? Okay. Yeah. This is going to operate a bit more like kind of like a house cleaning almost. What do you have in Taurus, Scorpio, Leo? And I see your perspective on relationship changing actually very significantly during this period of time. A lot of people, Saturn return and the soul call during Saturn return is very heavily focused on work stuff and like life stuff and, soul path and where they're meant to live. But your Saturn return is taking place in the location of your chart that has to do with relationships and how you value them specifically, what it is that you need from relationship, how relationship impacts you, who you want to be in relationship, even your very ideas about what a good or healthy relationship for you would include are going to start to shift. And there will be a bit of a departure here. I'm going to be honest with, or from a departure from what kind of relationship you were raised inside of with the parental or caregiver figures that you had. I don't know what kind of relationship they had to one another, or even if you grew up in foster care, right? You may have grown up in foster care with those kinds of caregivers. But what I'm seeing here is that this period of time is when you really begin to formulate your premise for what a good and healthy relationship for you is going to be like. And a lot of it is going to come, Rose, by letting go of what society has put on you as an expectation for an appropriate relationship. During this period of time, you may find, you may uncover, if you don't already have this experience, a little bit of fluidity in what you're attracted to in terms of gender identity. You may find a bit of Non-traditional beliefs start to show up for you about relationship. Like maybe you want to be married, but you don't want to live with your marriage partner. Or maybe you want to live with someone, but marriage is not important to you as long as there's like companionship and true trust in one another there. You may find that perhaps open relationships and the spectrum of polyamory starts to become something you are ready to explore. You're ready to look at, like it makes more sense to you to have more fluidity and openness around love than constriction and restriction around it. All of this is going to start to come to fruition in the next 2 years, where you are really exploring what relationship means. The event, if you don't take your butt to sleep and get off my live stream, if you have to work tonight, don't let me find out you have to work, girl. But all of this, Rose, for you is going to open you up in the world of relationship to new horizons that are aligned with your soul, as opposed to needing your relationships to fit into what society said it's supposed to look like. There's a redefinition, a revamping here for you during your Saturn return that is going to allow you to step into leadership, frankly, in the world of love. Leadership that allows you to fully be who you're meant to be in relationship instead of trying to be what the world thinks you ought to be. Okay, this is a real self ownership kind of transit. So, very exciting stuff with this Saturn return. You're going to find that your Saturn return takes just a little bit longer than everyone else's because of the way Uranus is going to line up to square your natal Saturn. And when that happens, that'll be just a little bit after Saturn gets right to that 16-degree point. But that Uranus is going to solidify some new perspectives for you when it comes to love and possibilities and love and relationship and partnership that transcend that which you were given as template from society or your upbringing. All right, Rose? So hang in there. It's going to be a slow but transformative process. You won't change all the way overnight, and you don't have to. Just take your time with letting go of old belief systems and stepping into that which feels really real and true for you. All right. And that's what we got there for your Saturn return. Big one. Mia, it's your turn, beloved. Yeah, that's a good idea, the vent. Because you got to be up for that session tomorrow. So go to sleep. I'll talk to you tomorrow, girl. Thank you for trying. Try me tomorrow when we can have private time. Mia, it's your turn. Please paste your cue. Awesome. Taria Michelle says, I love the mini readings in general because the energy of those present is always so generous. Also, the questions are great and provide topics worth reflecting on. I agree. And even when people ask the same question, their chart can yield such very different answers than what it is that we might think the answer would be. Bye, the vent. Bye, girl. Bye. Just kidding. If you want to hang out at the event, you can totally hang out. I hate to have you be tired simply because it doesn't really, I don't want you to be in a place where it doesn't work for you. But if you want to hang out at the event, of course, you are so welcome to be here. I love your presence. You know, I love your presence. So you can hang if you want to hang. I don't get to tell you what to do. It's your life, girl, your life. Live your life. Live your life. Okay, MY 1967. Mm-hmm. 8 p.m. uh, I'm only laughing because I know and why I know what your last 2 weeks have looked like. If you didn't feel worn, I'd be like, what kind of mutant are you? Like, planet did you come from? And can I get some of the DNA? I'm gonna need an infusion. Talking about I'm a little worn. What? I know you're worn. Of course you're worn. Anybody who's done what you just did in the last 10 days would be worn. So, yeah, I just want to say congratulations on all the strides because you've honey, like you have been in the manifestation of a dream that has been years in the making. Years, because I'm sure you were ready for what just manifested for you in this last 10 days, probably about 3 or 4 years into your last place. You probably are all over the place. So, this is a normal thing. And before I set the timer, I just want to say this for everyone. Um, when we have a breakthrough in the configuration of our life that marks a definitive transformational shift in our personhood, because there's nothing happening outside of us, nothing. The friendships, the relationships, where we live, how we work, the amount of money we're making, our health, there's nothing that's occurring in our external world that isn't a direct reflection and function of what our internal configuration looks like. And that internal configuration is like our relationship to self and our relationship to God, God within, God without, right? So, all of that to say, when we've had a major shift in the third dimension, something in our third dimension shifts dramatically, which it just did for you. And not just one thing, but let's be real about what the second half of 2021 looked like for you. Like, you've had some massive manifestations this year that have been many years in the making. It wasn't just like poof, it happened. It was like these are pieces of work that you have put in on your soul for a significant period of time. Booking the show, getting into this new place, getting out of the neighborhood you were in, some of the strides you've made in relationship where you're just no longer accepting some of the same things that you had been accepting, right? Really understanding love and relationship and connection to such a degree where people are now turning to you for advice and clarity, whereas before it was like 180 in the other direction. The phrase, you've come a long way, baby, is an understatement for the quantum leaps you've taken this year. So I'm not surprised that you're like, whoo, I'm tired. I'm tired. Not surprised at all. And simultaneously, I just, when that happens, it can be such a shock. Even though it's good things happening, it can be such a shock to our systems, such that it's like the same way a car crash would be a shock or a traumatic event. So too can major positive life changes. They say like getting married or having a child can be such a shock to the system, that it does require a little bit more downtime, a little bit more rest, time to integrate what's different about you and different in this new space. So I just want to say, for anyone who's experiencing anything like what NY is experiencing, it's normal to experience a period of fatigue and exhaustion post post major life change. It's not like we just go, life change. And it's like we just skyrocket to the moon the way they do on TV shows. Like, yeah, I got what I wanted. And now there is absolutely nothing for me to think about. I can just live my perfect best life. No, we actually have some reconfiguration to do of the neural pathways to remember. Oh, my new address is here. This is where I live now. Oh, I don't have to deal with the trauma of the last chapter anymore. Oh, and I don't have to shut myself down to shield or guard myself from the pain of the last chapter because that's gone now. It's going to take some time to lay down the new neural networks and the new neural pathways to relax and allow the new normal to just be normal. Okay. So, I say all of that to say, if you're feeling all over the place, it's all good. If you're feeling tired and worn, all good. Try to use this last little bit of time between now and the end of January because I see here at the end of January, Jupiter is going to move out of the eighth house, which is the cocoon house, the alchemy and transformation house. It's going to move out of this house and into house 9. And once we get into 9, it's all kind of pedal to the metal, boo. You're going to be busy again, very busy. So rest. If you don't have to create, if you don't have to go out and do anything, if you don't have to, hold appointments or hold court, don't. Rest. If you can rest between now and January, because I see it's going to get very busy for you. Okay. You specifically asked about relationships. So let's get into that. And let me set the timer now that I've delivered the collective message on that. Now we can talk about your chart and your life. All right. So you are at the end of a 2.5 year transit that had very heavy lessons that had to be learned in separation, some format of separation, some format of, being solo, and recollecting, reconfiguring the disembodied, disenfranchised parts of you so that you could be a whole self. Saturn, the restorer of integrity, is walking through that 7th house and wrapping up. Hallelujah. The 7th house, when you have a Saturn transit through the 7th, it's on the one hand, it separates out and puts in time out from us anything that would compromise us from being whole. You know how we have a table, 3 legs, you knock a leg off. We would say that table is no longer structurally sound. It's lost its integrity, right? But anything that would have compromised one of the legs on the table, anything that would have stopped your 7th house from being a really solid place to receive a whole and beautiful, healthy relationship, those things in the last 2 years, 2.5 years, have gotten weeded out of your consciousness. They've gotten weeded out of your life. And the people you may have wanted to have been a part of your 7th house relationship, committed partnership energies, who weren't going to be a match for healthy you, whole you, best you, integritous you, those people have also been set aside. You have been set aside from them so that you could continue to work on creating this wholeness and this integritas, all pieces put together, you in the world of relationship. And I know you can think about this as 2022. If we go back 2021, and then we go back 2019, and then we go back to the middle of 2018, that's when this transit began. Who you were at that time and who you are now, 180 degree different human being in the world of love and relationship. 180. You are just not the same person. And because of that, now we're going to see relationships start to take a brand new It's just a new chapter. You're closing a 2.5 year chapter that had a lot of lessons in it. You're moving into a new one. And in this new chapter, you're going to get the opportunity, yes, for love to come in, yes, for relationship to land, yes, for more life and more love than lessons to start to unfold. This was almost an initiatory period of time for you, whereby relationships prior to this point in time, this 2.5 years, looked one way. And relationship after this 2.5 years are going to look completely a different way. There's just no way after a transit like this for you to have the same kind of relationship that you had prior to this moment in time. It's just not going to be possible. And so, as a function of this, as Saturn gets out of the way, and Saturn's just, it's like, boop, 2 degrees. As Saturn gets out of the way, and you wrap up this Venus retrograde energy, which is going to wrap, I would say, in February. The remainder of next year in the world of relationship for you begins to take on an energy of more possibility and more potential and less, let me reckon with pain. All right. And why? So it's going to be a beautiful time for you, a beautiful time. And in the second half of next year, we're going to get Jupiter, divine masculine, opportunity bringer, the expander, moving here into Aries to sit right on top of the ruler of your 7th house and expand potential for true spiritual connection in your relationship to start to unfold, in your relationship area of life to start to unfold. And that hits as early as June, July. So rest now if you can rest, right? You've just been through a major closing and opening of a chapter. Major. I mean, congratulations, woman. I bow down in honor of your mastery and what has just unfolded in your life in the last 6 months and in the last 2.5 years. And just know that better is in front of you. The worst is behind you. And it's as a result of how well you've engaged the lessons of the last 2.5 years that you're going to get the opportunity to experience a complete breakthrough. All right. So congratulations. And don't be too hard on yourself if, you feeling like you just stuck your fingers in an electrical socket. Don't be too hard on yourself. You have gotten lit the F up by life. You've gotten broken open. Work to try and expand to fill the new space that you're in and relax into the expansion. All right. Shay, it is your turn, beloved. Go ahead and paste your question. Yeah. And you'll have to let me know how that resonates. You probably might even feel, MY, just a little bit of a sense of like closure, completion, ending, like just a little bit of an energy of things like wrapping up, like almost like graduation energy a little bit. You might feel a little bit of that. The bittersweet of the end of high school or the bittersweet of the end of a class or a program. You might feel a little bit of that energy for yourself, and that's it. Let yourself feel like the grief and the sadness and the confusion about the unknown and the curiosity about where it all goes from here. Okay. Well done. Well done. Okay, I've been going through changes in the way I make money, ending a 23-year long relationship and a desire to move for several years. Okay, Shay, got you. Shay, let me get your birth details too, hon. Yeah, Shell, you can. Let me just kind of let you know where the list is at. I'm going to read for Shay now. After Shay, we have Talene. Talene, if you could get your question ready. After Talene, we have Jan. Jan, if you could get your question ready. Go ahead and hold your questions, Talene and Jan, for when I call your name, but get them ready. After Shay, Talene, and Jan, then we have NM Venus, Vibe and Shine, Tara, Diva, Vivian, Heather, Al, and then whoever else wants to join the list. Okay. Let me see. Hey, Al, I got your payment. You're on the list, sweetheart. Shay, what does it say? January 7. Oh, I love this. This is so much fun. You know, a few times ago, it was like the Scorpio day and all the Scorpios showed up. And then the time after that, it was like the Libra day. And every chart I looked at that day was like a Libra chart. And then we had the, now we have the Capricorn day. And everyone I'm looking at is like a Capricorn. So fun. Okay. Jamaica, Kingston, and 1-7. Happy birthday, baby. 11:20 a.m. All right, Shay. Let me share the screen. Awesome. All right, let me go back to the chart. All right, let me set the timer. All right, Shay, let's do this. Because it's a one question mini reading, I can really only look at kind of one area of life well and deeply for you. Let me just see what's going on. I launched my brand for my skin and hair care line in 2021. Very nice. I started a business in finances in 2020. Not sure if it's my calling. Okay. I feel love. I'm close to connecting with my divine counterpart. Got it. All right. All right. So, yeah, 4 minutes is like enough for me to really only look at one area of life for you. Let me just kind of pull this out a little bit and see more directly what there is to see here. Let me go a little forward in time as well. As right now, your 10th house is really lit up during this Venus retrograde, but I know that that is going to make things busy work wise. which I'm sure you're busy right now, Shay. Looking forward in time when it comes to the business stuff. I knew you were going to say that, Kylie. I felt it. I was like, Kylie's going to tell me to have some water. Any minute now, Kylie's going to be like, have some water. um, mm, okay, yeah, I'm seeing here that there's going to be a need to really work on healing your finances this coming year, um, and healing your relationship, not just to money, but to your self worth and self esteem when it comes to just the way you work and who you are in the world, and do people want me, do they want what I have to offer, where's my place, where do I fit. There's going to be a real focus on needing to heal these things for yourself, which I like for you. I think it's a good time to move through that healing. You're going to get a lot out of it. The first half of the year, first 6 months of the year, to be honest, they look trying insofar as you're dealing with a lot of your own limiting beliefs. They're coming to the surface, you're having to dig them out. And the way those limiting beliefs have been puppeteering you with this Pisces transit, heavy Pisces transit in the month of April, um, I'm seeing you need to really deal with during both Aries and Taurus season, a time when most people are getting that kind of like rebirth energy. Most of us are going to be lagging just a little bit, but you in particular, because this is that 12th house, I'm seeing fatigue, messages, feeling pulled in multiple directions. I'm seeing dream state messages. I'm seeing also for you a real kind of like, you see how this energy is a bit all over that I'm describing. I'm seeing that's how you feel as well. And it's not a bad thing that you feel all over. What's happening here is you like your mental state is going to kind of pull, I don't know if you know the reference from the Wizard of Oz where they pull the curtain back and we see that just behind the great and powerful wizard, there is um, there's just a man there, and a man who's pulling strings to impress people. And what's going to happen for you is you're going to need to slow down, figure out how to not pull strings to impress people, how to more deeply focus on what matters to you most, what matters to you first, as my teacher Nadia Shah says, and what it is that you need to be able to do your best work here on planet Earth. I do see some pruning going on, some recognizing, okay, this is just a vanity project. I need to let this go, or that this is just self masturbation. I need to let this go, or like ego masturbation for me, and recognizing where certain things do need to be let go. I certainly see that for you here, and I'm also seeing where, it's as you do that, a pure version of yourself gets reborn in the second half of the year, where you're more vulnerable, you're more real, you're stepping out in more of your this is who I really am energy. Um, and there's a little nervousness with it, but it comes with a strong sense of, I don't have another option. This is who I have to be kind of energy. So we hit the 4 minute mark there, and that's what I can do in a single question mini reading. I know you asked very specific questions, plural, and this is a one question reading. I'm inclined to pull a Lightworker Oracle deck card for you, given the way that went, but you can tell me if you want me to do a 3 card tarot pull since you purchased that. Yeah. And we can see. You let me know kind of what you prefer, 3-card tarot or um, the Lightworker Oracle deck. And now I will have more water. Thank you, Kylie. Three-card tarot. Okay, got it. Thank you so much for letting me know. All right, let's do this. Rider, wait. Let me just see. Is this even? Yeah, this is the deck for you. Oh, yeah. This energy of pruning is like for real coming through for you. Okay. So the first two cards out, 6 of Pentacles reversed, 3 of Pentacles upright. This is really talking about getting focused on where you need to build. What is it that you need to focus on? Getting like weeding certain things out and not trying to spread yourself so thin. And getting more like doubled down and focused instead of trying to. It's funny because 3 is half of 6, right? And the 6 of Pentacles came out reversed and the 3 came out upright. So this is really telling me that I think you probably already know that you've probably been spreading yourself thin. You've probably been giving in places where you're not receiving anything back. And you already probably recognize if you could just get to a point of letting go of your attachment to needing to give to certain things that just aren't feeding back into themselves. If you can let go of that attachment, you're going to find that the things that are meant to blossom will blossom because they'll have your full attention. Finishing off the series, we have the Page of Swords reversed, which didn't quite make sense, but clarifying it came upright, the Sun and Page of Wands. And so when I see that Page of Swords reversed and this kind of spread with this kind of messaging, it's almost like put the Page of Swords reversed. I almost want to say it's like putting an end to a bit of the kind of thinking and self-talk that causes you to believe in your own limitations, that causes you to believe like your own smallness. It's like putting an end to the self-limiting beliefs in this kind of spread, especially with the clarifiers being the Sun upright and Page of Wands. Like your self-belief may be small too, but the more you make decisions to say, yeah, I do believe in myself. Yeah, I can do this. Yeah, I actually can move forward on this. That wasn't really working, but that wasn't anything wrong with me. That was just, maybe it's not aligned. Let me try focusing 100% here and watching how that unfolds. I'm seeing the more you do that, the more the universe intervenes. Some of what is presenting in this energy as I'm looking at this spread is the universe going, which do you want me to focus on? Just let me know. I'll back you up. I'll put wind in your sails. What I'll yield success for you in whichever one you choose, but baby, I'm going to need you to choose. You can have it all, but you cannot have it all at the exact same time. It's going to be critical for you to, maybe eat this meal in courses as opposed to trying to shove, the lobster and the cheese and the chocolate and the champagne all into your mouth at one time and thinking that that's somehow going to taste good and not make you sick. It's just about getting more prudent and wise with the way you're expending your energy. And as the minute you start to do that, universal life force energy steps in and is like, boom, she's clear. Great. Now we know what to do. Now we know how to support her. but they're not going to interrupt your sovereignty and take away your choice in it. You're going to have to make that choice. And specifically that spread, Talene, it's your turn, sweetheart. Talene, if you could please paste your cue. Specifically, the universe is saying kind of like, just the minute you make a decision, we've got your back, but we're not going to override your sovereignty by forcing you into one direction or pouring it all on you at one time. We're going to give you what you need in the sequence that you're actually showing us you're ready to receive it. All right. Quebec. So you'll have to let me know how that message resonates for you, Shay. Montreal, May 7. $85, $10.51. Cool. Just make sure nobody else is on the list. Okay. Nope. All right. All right, Celine. Thank you so much, Elvin. Sweet dreams, sweetheart. And Happy New Year, Elvin. Thank you so much for being here. Happy New Year and happy holidays. Okay. So we'll have Celine, and then we'll do Jan, NM Venus, Vibe and Shine, Tara, Diva, Vivian, Heather, Al, and then Michelle. Okay. Yeah. Shay, I think what the spread was really saying to you is you get to choose which direction you're heading. And once you've made the choice, then life will support you. Okay. All right. Let's see what Celine has. What's 2022 looking like in general? Strongest energies I can work with, or where should my focus be? Let's have a look. Let's get out a little bit. I like looking out here. Interesting. You're welcome, Shay. Let me just see some other stuff real quick. See June. Just set the timer. Let me see. August. Okay, well, let me see. October. Let me see December. All right, the first half and the back half look a little tricky. I'll be honest with you. Yeah, things just look a little heavy as we go from now into April. Which I think this should not be a surprise to you. Like, you probably already in it, you're working with it. I see some really heavy lessons around love that you're in the middle of learning. I see some challenges in the world of things that you can't change, that you're learning how to accept and surrender to. I think specifically when it comes to love, and specifically when it comes to having certain people in your life that maybe are not, I'm seeing you needing to, you're working the lessons of separation specifically, and what that means and what it looks like, and how that is growing you. I'm seeing you also working on your self esteem a significant amount between now and the end of the first half of the year. And then, boom, something shifts as we get into the second half of the year. We started to look at, like, let me get out to June. Something shifts in the energy, and there's this way in which you start to feel far more like yourself, far more open, far more like change is possible for you. In the summertime, far more like, okay, I can breathe a bit because Chiron's done sitting on top of your Venus, thank God. And we have the end of the cluster here in your sixth house, seventh house, and eighth house. I think that's probably some of what the challenging energy is there for you. That sixth house, seventh house, eighth house transit that is marked by the slowest moving planet, and that's Saturn at this time and Pluto at this time. And those two are really moving you through a dramatic kind of shift when it comes to the way you perceive relationship and yourself. Again, lessons through separation and learning that sometimes, things aren't working out, and that's for your benefit, not because you're somehow deficient or not enough. Learning to understand that sometimes things aren't unfolding specifically because they're not supposed to, and the separation is for your protection and for your growth, not for your detriment, and to kind of ground you down. I'm seeing as well, that there will be a Venus Mars conjunction. Believe that'll take place some here in Leo. That's your first house. It's going to make you feel like you got a new lease on life as we get into the second half of the year, which is, oh shit. Let me fix this. Is that going to be in the second half of the year in 2022? There we go. Yes, Chiron's done with your Venus. Hallelujah. This is going to be so good in 2022. Jupiter is going to speak to your Venus and bring possibility back in the world of love. Saturn is done with your seventh house, and it's going to make you feel less heavy in your relationship energy. It's very similar to the reading that I gave to MY. You have a very similar transit where you're wrapping up some energies here from a very heavy, lesson rich, lesson full 2.5 year period of time. And the hardest part was this year, 2021. Now that we're going into 2022, there is going to be kind of a dramatic opening, if you will, thankfully, in the world of love and relationship for you. And as I see it, as we get into career stuff, like I also see pretty big breakthroughs for you as Uranus sits on your sun in the 10th house. I'm seeing pretty big breakthroughs for you as well. Where is Saturn? Yeah, this Saturn Uranus square has been trying to get things to move for you on the nodal axis, to help you push toward earning more money by valuing yourself and who you are and what you bring to the table a lot more, Celine. And so I like this for you because you're like closing out a chapter of feeling bad about TB, about feeling bad about what she offers, about feeling like she's not enough in the world of relationship and the world of work with that Chiron sitting on your Venus. That's done. You're done singing that song. You're done wondering what's wrong with me. And you're going to start to move into a period of time of recognizing what's really right about you, what's wonderful about you, what's beautiful about you, and how it is that who you are is exactly what this earth needs, exactly what's needed when it comes to your career house, with Jupiter, the expander, moving in, and Chiron moving off that Venus, and wondering what's right about you as that expander is going to talk to that first and second house of earned income and self-worth, self-esteem, and your isness, your are-ness, your essence, and your being. I'm just seeing a huge expansion, like I don't know if you know that song by shoot, I forget, somebody in the machine, but the song is about how the dog days are over. And that's kind of the vibe I'm getting as I look at this. Like the dog days are over for you. Like you are done being dragged, you're done with the heavy lessons, and now you're going to move into a period of complete rebirth. Um, so I'm excited for you. It's going to be a really good period of time, a beautiful period of time. But one of the things you're going to have to do, um, Jan, it's your turn. Please paste your cue. One of the things you're going to have to do with this energy as it begins to manifest is to get to a point of believing that the worst is behind you. Be in a place of believing that good lies in front of you. Be in a place of believing that you're worth good things happening to you and that you're a good person and that life still wants the best for you. Florence in the Machine. Thank you, Taria Michelle. Yeah. So Celine, if you want to have a look at the lyrics to that song, the dog days are over. I think that's the title, something like that. Dog days are over. Florence and the Machine. You'll find that that's the vibe for you in the next year. First part of the year, first couple of months, it looks like you're still shaking it off. The last half of the year, you're going to wonder for sure, like, what happened? Are things really, is the best still in front of me? But the last half of the year and the first half of the year, the first couple of months, it's because of the Venus Pluto thing going on. In the in the last month of the year, it'll be because of the way the planets are stacked. It's just going to be a hard time for everyone. More variants, more lockdowns, all of that. So, and that's okay. We've been through it. We know how to deal with it at this point. But it won't be so much heaviness for you as it'll just be a heaviness in the collective energies in the second half of the year. Thank you, Taria Michelle. Yeah, that was it. Florence and the Machine. What happened to Jan? Did Jan go away? After Jan, we have NM Venus, and then we have Vibe and Shine. NM Venus and Vibe and Shine, if you two could get your questions ready, because if Jan isn't here, we'll just move straight to NM Venus and then to Vibe and Shine. After Jan's here. Okay, great. Please paste your question and your birth details for me to read, Jan. No, Jan, nothing's coming through. I cannot see your question. You may need to shorten it, Jan, and then I'll be able to see it. Good, DB. Yeah, it's really good lyrics. Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'll start working on your chart. Thank you, Jan. Wisconsin. 5:29, 1963, 7:38 a.m. There we go. I know I swallow loud. I wish that's the one thing I like don't like that, but I swallow really loud. I can't, I don't know how to fix it. Like I don't know how to be not a loud swallower. Um, it's been that way my whole life. I don't know. I think maybe my throat is just small. Maybe I have a small throat. Okay. Um, what we'll take Jan's question and then I'll go ahead and start the reading. And then NM Venus, if you could get prepared, and Vibe and Shine, if you could get prepared, that would be great. Thanks for hanging in there, Vibe and Shine. I know you said you were ready to go to bed as well. And Vibe and Shine, I have not forgotten that I owe you a shout out to figure out how we can get you, how we can call forward some South African psychotherapists who understand the divine counterpart twin soul experience. I have not forgotten. It's just a timing thing. Okay. I don't know how to open it. I'm like, do I shove a pickle in there? What do I do? I'm talking all the time. Definitely a communicator. But yeah, I've always been a very loud swallower, unfortunately. I hate that. I just don't know how to fix it. Or if it can be fixed. It's been that way since I was a kid. Okay, Jan, so we see the birth details. But we don't see the question. So if you could try shortening your question and repasting it, that would be fantastic. Yeah, I don't even know if the loud swallowing thing is because it's closed. It might just be, I don't know, like a configuration of the throat. Overall advice for 2022, will income come from investment, business, or job? Great question. Okay. Thank you, Lady Jan. Okay. This is going to go by quick. So, NM Venus, go ahead and get yourself ready. Awesome. Yes, I see it now. Thank you, MY. I appreciate that. So yeah, this I see income coming in from job more than anything. It's a weird collective day. I see income coming in from job. This Jupiter hitting Pisces, which governs your 10th house, and then Aries, which governs the 10th house next year. This is what's going to make it so that 10th house is career, and your second house is also a fire house and a water house, Cancer, Leo. And because we have water, fire at the 10th house and in the earned income house, this is telling me that money and opportunity for money is going to come through the career placement for you. You're also going to celebrate your Jupiter return next year. This is a once in a 12-year cycle whereby you get to the opportunity to close out maybe certain ways of making money or certain lessons that you were learning and step into a whole new level of leadership. So if you're due for a raise or due for a promotion in your career, I certainly see that that is 100% possible. If you have a business and it's time for you to raise your rates or your fees on what you're charging for your product or service, I certainly see that next year is a fabulous time to do that. You will be able to make as much or more money in the business by raising your rates. You won't lose customers, you'll actually gain. And I'm also seeing here that if it's in the career, If it's, if you're due for a promotion, due for a raise, you can ask for one next year and very likely get it. Just don't sell yourself short with something like a $5 raise, because that never, in the end, like at the end of by tax time, that's just not enough money, right? Like you need to end up after taxes with something that is going to actually make a dent in what your monthly income looks like. So I would work backwards and look like, okay, how much more money do I need to be comfortable per month? And then start to work the numbers from that place. Like at the end of the day, I need another $500 a month. I need another $1,000 a month. Okay, well, if 30% of that, or 20 or 10, 15% of that is going to go to taxes, depending upon what your deductibles are and what your overhead expenses are in your business, then you have to then add on to that 500 or that 1,000 how much you need to ask for in terms of the raise or raising the rate on your product or services. I do see this is going to take a bit of self advocacy. It's going to take a willingness to kind of put yourself out there. It's not just going to fall in your lap like, ooh, Jan's due for her raise. Let's march Jan into the office and give her more money. No, you're going to have to actually step to the plate for this and really advocate for this in your world and work with the people around you to help them help you get your money. Like, it's going to be conversations. If you're, a subcontractor in other people's businesses, okay, I need to make more money and I love working with you. What do we need to do to set this up so that you're comfortable finding more money for me with our clients, that kind of thing? Or if you're a service provider, really figuring out like, okay, how do I need to bundle and or combine and or configure the services so that it's worth it to people to pay me more? So I have like a bigger package available or something available that actually gives people more bang for their buck and me more buck in my bank at the end of the day. That's the kind of thinking you're going to need to do. And unfortunately, I'm sorry, it's not going to come from outside of you. It is going to be a result of your own effort and your own hand and your own willingness to self advocate that's going to make the money appear. But is it coming? Is it there? Is it available? Yes. Are people going to be willing to work with you? 100%. But you're going to need to be the one to initiate and drive it with the Jupiter transit through fire. It's not going to come from outside of you. All right. So that's the deal with money next year. Now, Jan, also asked for a 3-card tarot pull. So let me go ahead and pull the tarot for you. Go ahead and do this, unless you want Lightwork or Oracle, Jan, but I'm inclined to just pull 3-card tarot. NM Venus, if you could go ahead and paste your question, and Vibe and Shine, if you can make sure you're ready, because you'll be right after NM Venus. Interesting. I don't think this is your deck. I actually think it is the Lightworker Oracle deck. So let me just pull it on out for you, babe. Is that? There we go. Yeah, that makes sense. Family of Light. Let's do this. Number 17. Family of Light, the limits that much of humanity place upon their love, that they will, oh, interesting. Oh, that's interesting. Maybe it does go with that 3-card tarot pull. What were the cards? They all came out reversed. It was it was the 9 of Swords reversed. It was the 10 of Cups reversed, and it was the Queen of Pentacles reversed. And when I saw that, it lets me know that it looks like you're taking a break from being overly focused on relationship, and having that honestly mess up your money, and be in a place where, because you were so focused on relationship and trying to get that 10 of cups and make things happen in the world of relationship, it was getting to a place where it was really compromising some of your ability to make money and hold money. It was interfering with your stability in the third dimension. And it may not have even been money per se, it just may have been your stability at work and in the work realm. So, I'm looking at that spread and seeing this family of light card, and I'm just going to read the beginning of it to you. The limits that much of humanity place on their love, that they will love their own family, country, religion, or community better than they love those on the outside, do not restrain your heart. You're capable of loving humanity, of loving all creation on earth as an extended spiritual family. You will love all as your own. You're meant to belong to a broader family of light. And so, what this is telling me is, if there has been any type of hyper focus, if I look at that plus the 3 card tarot pull, where there's been any kind of hyper focus on trying to work it out in the world of relationship, Jan, where you have been trying to figure it out with a person, or to, get things to, work out in your family. It's almost saying that there's been almost too much of a focus on that, and a real need to just let it be what it's going to be for now. And from that place, you're going to get greater stability in the third dimension. And from greater stability in the third dimension, then it's going to be possible for the money to work right. And once the money is working right and the job is working right, then those cards come back round upright, as opposed to, being so focused on love and family and trying to get all the things to fit and to line up. Like, it looks like that's been a very destabilizing place to utilize your mental energy. And so, this is really about getting into a function of being clear with yourself that, love is love. I'm always going to love these people. I can't fix them. I can't cure them. I can't make them be a certain way. But what I can do is I can kind of make sure that my bank account is my bank account, that I can work on my own self-worth and self-esteem and move my career ahead. This is what I can actually have control over. And in having that control, it allows you to facilitate the next step in your career. Okay. As opposed to waiting for something to shift and trying to shift that which is outside of your control. The whole message was really about really controlling your controllables and letting other people, you know, get their own stuff together. Abu Dhabi. UAE. Let's set up NM Venus's chart. Let's set this up. Okay. October 1977. Time unknown. Oh, he's decided to be in communication again. That's nice. It's really nice. And I'm Venus. Okay. Let's just see kind of what's going on here. Let me share a screen. I just see where the feminine is. Okay. Interesting. Let me set the timer. All right. After NM Venus, it is Vibe and Shine. And then shoot, I feel like I'm missing somebody. I'm gonna have to go back and double check the list. Okay. Um, Jan, let me know if that resonated for you. Thanks for letting me read for you, hon. I appreciate that. Okay. So now he wants to talk to you. Let's see what's what. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. I would let this play out and in Venus because when I look at this, masculine energy in his chart moves into harmonious position with feminine energy in his chart when we get into the second half of the year. And in that second half of the year, there's just like a flow, there's a harmony here for sure. The first half of the year, it's less harmonious, but that's only a 6 month period of time. The big thing that I'm noticing here, let me just get out into April. Okay. The big thing that I'm noticing here is the way the feminine lands here and then goes back into Aquarius in his chart, right? So, this to me is really talking about a real kind of like on your part, a need to just kind of twofold. One, just let this play out. And then two, um, let go of some of the attachments to outcome that you may have had about the way this is going to look. Because the Aquarian energy and the Piscean energy are not outcome focused. And that's where the feminine sits in his chart. And the more you can be unattached to what this looks like, where it goes, how it lands, how it evolves, I think the easier it's going to be in his energy as Jupiter gets into Aries for things to really progress in a very harmonious way. Jupiter in Aries for your person is going to bring about kind of a rebuild for your person in the world of some of their health and well being. It's also going to bring about a busyness. I'm going to be honest. So you should expect this a busyness in the world of work. I see your person really getting into a place where a lot of career stuff starts to take off for them. They start to get quite engaged career wise and service wise. Like there's an opportunity here to make more money, to get promoted, to get ahead in a lot of ways. And so during the second half of the year, even though there's a harmonious placement here and Venus, the thing that I want to share with you is that some of this energy is going to be utilized to really help him. Some of this harmonious energy is going to be utilized to help himself in his own chart move ahead in the third dimension in ways that he actually really is scheduled to at this time. And then I think you're going to start to see towards the tail end of this, as we move into 2023 and 2024, you're going to start to see even more blossoming between the two of you. So trust that this is going to continue to unfold. But I think if you can get into a place yourself, the challenge for you personally is going to be if you want to keep in his world and keep the communication going, is going to be in a place of not grasping, be in a place of not needing it to look a certain way, go a certain way, feel a certain way, have certain destination in mind. Because the less grasping you can do, the easier it's going to be for for source to take over and guide this where the divine needs you to be as leaders in love, as opposed to our ego trying to like force it into a direction in a relationship in one way or the other. Okay. So that's kind of what I'm seeing there. Let me come out of that. Let me see. Okay, yeah, you just got the astro read. Yeah, it's a challenge for everyone. And I'm Venus. The connection can feel so rich. It can feel so vibe and shine. It's your turn. If you could go ahead and paste your question. The connection can feel so rich. It can feel so multifaceted. The way our conscious mind wants to understand it And the way our ego wants to understand it is like, oh, it must be this. This is what it has to be. But in all of my experience, what I have found is that the less expectation and attachment we can put on it, the smoother it unfolds. And there's definitely, I see the best place for you to be based on what I just saw there. The best place for the feminine energy to be is to be in, really get anchored in a place of allowance, like just allowing it, just letting it be, whatever the divine is going to allow it to be for you guys. 8 p.m. And just know, trust that it's ongoing. Like it's not over. It's not going anywhere. Like that's not possible for it to complete. Just try, but the more you grip, the more it will also push it away. So there's that, which I think you probably at this point have already learned. So you'll have to let me know if that's helpful. But because of the Aquarius and Pisces transit, it's really, this is for all feminine energies, but especially in your person's chart, it's really about just, that old adage, let go and let God. Okay. Johannesburg, last time you said my work now is to consistently let go of who wants to leave my life. Let me just see. I don't remember. Vibe and shine. I don't remember saying that. I don't remember seeing that, but I trust it. Aquarius, Saturn. Oh, I see how I arrived at that conclusion. Okay, let me hit the timer. Okay. How long is this going on? I thought I was through this. It's brutal. I'm sorry, sweetheart. I have no friends, lovers, family across country. All friends removed this past year. Let me see what would have caused that. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see why. All right. Is Saturn opposite your moon ruler of the friendship house. And I find myself at home by myself day in and day out doing nothing. Welcome to the lockdown. This isn't living and it's painful. That is so true. You're going to have to find virtual community, but we'll talk about that in a minute. Feeling very withdrawn after all the elements leaving my life painfully. Yeah. Some of the pain would have been trying to hold on and trying to control this with all the fixed angles in your chart. They left because they needed to. You have new people coming in. I'm usually into ocean sports, but since carrying the kayak is a 2-person job, I have nobody to go with, and it's affecting myself and self-esteem. Yeah, okay. I got you, vibe and shine. Hey, where did the chart go? Hang in there, hun. This is the deal. Yeah, that's the right question, Madeline. Like, can you go out by yourself? I totally get that. All right. So some of this was meant to break you out of certain control patterns that I see you have that are really kind of angled around avoiding pain. And I see that you've been through a transit here with Uranus speaking to your natal Chiron, where you have been going through an initiation. When Uranus speaks to our natal Chiron, some of what happens there is a real, how do I put this? Like all of our pain and wounds surface so that we can move through the energy of transmuting them and understanding the divine purpose of why we have those wounds in the first place. Uranian Chiron transits tend to take about a year. This was your year for it. Um, but they really bring up a lot of heartache and heartbreak around our own woundedness and our sense of not enoughness, not good enough, not smart enough, pretty enough, skinny enough, educated enough, this enough, that enough. Like you fill in the blank with your own enoughness. It would have come up during a Uranus transit to your natal Chiron. And like I said, it's about a 1 year super painful transit. And you've come through it. You're about to move into the other side of it. But the other issue I'm seeing here with the Leo moon and Saturn opposing it, and then Saturn, yeah, squaring this Chiron here. Okay. Vibe and shine, I have some hard things to tell you. And I'm gonna say this as clearly as possible so that we don't waste time here. But it may take you some time to digest what I'm about to say. I'm seeing in your chart, because of the way your moon is conjunct Lilith and Chiron is square moon, that sometimes in your shadow, not when you're in your light, but when you're in your shadow, you can have a particular attachment to being right about things. And that attachment to being right can put people off in a way that puts wrenches in your relationships. And some of what this transit was meant to do was to bring up the question, would you rather be right or would you rather be connected? It was meant to teach you a very painful lesson around the necessity of being the attachment to being right versus being connected. Because I certainly see here, it's not that you were wrong in any of the circumstances. I'm not seeing that. But I am seeing that in some of the circumstances, the attachment to being right about things may have outweighed your desire to be connected. And that's where people would have exited stage right. Now, some of the people aren't coming back. Some of them will. The family, you can't get rid of them. Sorry. As much as we all wish sometimes we could just throw them out the window or to exchange them for some new ones, depending upon the kind of family that you got. Yeah, food for thought. You don't have to try and force it to be true if you don't feel like it's true. One question mini readings go by quite quickly. And simultaneously, something to consider. You get told your standards are too high. I could see that with Saturn in your house of friendship and this Chiron square your moon. Some of what goes on here is the reason why you are like this in the first place is because you're trying to avoid certain pain with people that if they would just behave in XYZ way, you wouldn't have to be hurt in certain ways. The transit you're moving through right now, this year, at this time, is meant to help you let go of that attachment that they could behave in certain ways and then it wouldn't hurt you. And instead, be in the flow, be in the dance. When you're on the dance floor, sometimes people step on your feet and it is not the end of the world. Sometimes people elbow you in the ribs when they're dancing and you're dancing. It's uncomfortable, but it doesn't need to stop the dance. And the people that are right for you to dance with are not perfect people. They're people who are just willing to be present. And that has been some of the lesson here. There was meant to be a shedding. Yes, I see that, letting certain people go. Some of them they're just not coming in the next chapter. But some of the lesson also for you was the mirror of needing to be willing to let people be present with you, even if they are not perfect to you. That was some of the lesson for you. And that it's okay if people aren't perfect, if they are willing to maintain consistent presence, because their presence is actually what serves the growth. It's what serves the soul, not their perfection. Like I said, there you're going to have to look and see, because there are certain people that were meant to go. They're not meant to come where you're headed, vibe and shine. They're not supposed to. Um, and so those relationships were meant to complete. And simultaneously, there are other people who have exited stage right or been put out on the side, because there's a lesson for you. And okay, well, if you need them to be perfect, then they cannot be present. And there's a lesson for you in that, and needing to really look at, okay, how can I let myself deal with the occasional elbow jab that someone's going to step on my foot. Sometimes I'm going to get whacked while I'm on the dance floor with these people. No, they're not perfect, but are they at least trying? Are they at least oriented to wanting to show up and be present with me? Are they at least, like, maybe we need 3 feet or 10 feet of distance between us while we dance, if that's how they dance, so that I'm not getting whacked and I feel safe, but they can still be present. And that's okay too, right? Um, the decision point between presence and perfect, both for you and for them. Do you feel like you have to be perfect in order to be allowed to have people love you? Right? The decision point here for you is around, are you willing to choose presence over perfection, and relinquish the fact that neither you nor them are ever going to be perfect? So, yeah, that's that's the work for you, vibe and shine. I hope that was helpful. I know it was quick, but I hope it was helpful. I need to just kind of double check what happened here after vibe and shine made her payment. You have to let me know how that resonates, because Vivian's on the list. NM Venus, vibe and shine. Now, who is this? Tara. Okay. Yeah. Tara, you're next, baby. Okay. I don't know what happened right there. Let me just check my other payment app and see if I missed anything. Selma, MY, Heather. Heather's on here. We did Selma, we did MY. Okay. Let me make sure I didn't miss anybody. Is there anyone who has paid who has not heard their name? Who hasn't heard me say their name? Because I think I have everyone according to what I'm seeing on my list and in the payment app. I've got Tara, Diva, Vivian, Heather, AL, and then Michelle. Okay. Let me see what's happening here in the chat now. Diva, great message. Oof, that is a heavy hitter. Wishing you strength and comfort as you digest this. It is. The vibe and shine. Thanks for keeping it real. You're welcome, vibe and shine. I mean, listen, don't try to force it to fit. I had one quick look from one question in 4 minutes at your chart. If you want to dig deeper and really unpack this, the best way to do that would be in a private reading, so we can really look more deeply and I can hear more of your story and how you've been working the energy and give you an expanded interpretation of what I just saw. So likewise, what Taria said, I'm wishing you a lot of strength and comfort as you digest what I just shared, because all of us have our limitation around that vibe and shine. and I'm not like, it was certainly highlighted in your natal chart, but all of us have the place, the circumstance, um, the comfort zone, which if we step out of it, we don't know how to be present anymore. We rely on perfection in order to feel safe. So that part's not exclusive to you. What was exclusive to you was the nature of the way life is bringing it to your doorstep during this particular transit. Okay. And it does start to ease up as we move into the next year, but the lesson is still the lesson. And until that lesson is fully integrated, loneliness does tend to be the outcome. So, okay. So yeah, lots of strength and comfort as you move through this particular transit. All right, Tara. No, Vivian, you did not miss your turn. Okay, yeah, as it works for you, Vibe and Shine, I know the exchange rate between South Africa and the US isn't necessarily a smooth one. So as it works for you. And if it serves you better to just, check in during mini readings, because it's just more appropriate from a price point perspective to, deepen your understanding, we can work together that way as well. Okay. All right. So, Tara, what is your question? Once I have the question, then I can figure out which chart I'm going to look at. All right. After Tara, we have Diva, Vivian, Heather, AL, and then Michelle. And that's our list. I think I'm going to close it in another 10 minutes. So, unless anyone else wants to jump on the list, we're going to wrap up here. Okay, I see Melusine just wanted to jump on, so we'll add Melusine. Oh, okay. So Tara wants to know insight for love. Oh, G is Tara. Oh, okay. Got it. Okay. I'm on the page now, Tara. Thank you. I was like, what? Who is this G person that keeps referencing Tara? Why don't I see Tara in the chat? I'm on the page now, girl. I got it. I got it. Thank you for your patience. I was like, what? Okay. St. Pete, Florida. Okay, I got St. Peter, St. Petersburg, and St. Petersburg Beach. Which St. Pete? And I'm going to just work with St. Peter until I hear something else from you. Happy birthday, Cap. Happy birthday, Capricorn. 11:37 a.m. Got it, G. Let's do this. Okay. G goes on to say, I feel like you've already dropped knowledge for me with previous reads. No problem. Been coming out of Pluto over Sun and work. Been ready for love. All right. Yeah. Ooh, Pluto Sun indeed. All right, G. Let me update this to say St. Petersburg for you. There we go. Melusine, I got you on the list. And then, yeah. Okay. Let me come back in here. Okay. Um, yeah. And this one just isn't an easy transit for the Pluto over Sun caps because the way that Eris is square your sun simultaneously. Yikes. And uh yeah, the late born Aries and the late born Cancers as well are all also experiencing the exact same tension. Been real rough. Okay. Um, so the love thing is what you are curious about. Rough with work, but no love in years. Interesting. Mm, why would there be no love in years? We have a Venus ruled seventh house. Okay, got it. To me, this looks a little bit like you went through a real rough patch with love, like a real, like, kind of painful experience with love. And I'm going to say that that was probably back in, let me go back in time and get this right. Display transits, go back to, yeah. Even before 2015, I want to say like 2014, 2013. Looks like you went through a real rough transit at that point. And that 2013 thing went well into 2017. Let me just head over there. Yeah, went well into 2017, the beginning of 2017. And it was like a 4-year kind of rough patch in love. I do see it would have brought out the crazy, for sure. Whatever it was, it looked like it was traumatic given what we have going on here in your seventh house. But that's done. That's done. It's over. In fact, you've had several really positive love transits since then. Just see who's speaking to. Yeah, you've had a deep initiation when we got into 2020, I think. Yeah, it was 2019 where there was an initiation. But I'm seeing that some of what happened with this rough patch, that 2013 to 2017 rough patch, as soon as that was done, you hit 2019 where Saturn and Pluto were sitting on top of your sun, joy, and 2020, which didn't help matters. I mean, pandemic aside, it was a little rougher for you because of the way Saturn and Pluto then and Jupiter all jumped on top of your sun at the same time. So, okay, I see why this has been an extended period of time for you where it's just been like the visual that's being given to me to explain what's happened to you is it's like some bombs hit, you went underground into like the trench you dug for yourself, but things have been so tumultuous, not bombing anymore, but tumultuous since then, that it's been a matter of feeling a bit like you just don't know when it's safe to peek your head above ground again. So every once in a while you peek your head out, but this is reading, I'll be honest, a bit like CPTSD, like complex PTSD, where you've like things have just been rough enough for long enough where you don't feel safe enough to try again, despite the fact that the bombing is over. It's done. What's happening now is it's like, okay, so the bombs have hit the earth and now we have to restructure that earth because those buildings are broken down, they're gone. We need to clean up from the rubble. We need to dispose of, just the destroy what got destroyed. We need to let those things go, take those things out, and we need to kind of start again. We need to kind of build a new foundation, and we need to, get new building materials in and build a new vision and build a new, you know, what are those beams called that you use to build a house? I'm really sorry. My brain is like farting on me. Um, but those beams that you see in a naked house before the walls are put in, like it's time for you to really focus on like building those beams again. But one of the challenges I'm seeing here, given what you've probably been through and how specifically rough it looked, well, not just specifically rough, but how long it went on. That's the issue I'm seeing. It's like how long the stuff went on. That's what's causing you to feel like you can't trust life. You can't trust you, and you can't trust people. That's the issue here. And so I do see here that as we move into next year, Chiron's going to cross over your ascendant line. Chiron's going to move into a position where it's going to speak to your natal Venus, and it's going to start in the next 2 years to heal some of these things that have had you felt like you can't trust you can't trust life, and you definitely cannot trust other people. There is a healing that's about to go on here that's going to help you get to a place where you believe again that good things can happen for you, that love is real, that God has remembered your name, that you're not alone in the world, and that love isn't something that has to hurt. I see that you will in the next 2 years get about this rebuilding process. But I think the thing that's important for you to remember, G, is that the destruction that I just laid out in your chart, that 2014 to 17, 13 to 18 kind of period, that did not happen overnight. That was a slow, destructive process that had a lot of trauma in it. And so it is going to, because it took time for that building to come down, it's going to take time for something new to be built in the new place. It's going to be a process, G, and to not rush it, to not rush yourself, to not make yourself wrong for not being where everyone else in your cohort is age-wise. You're not wrong. There's nothing wrong with you. Sometimes we go through things that provide such a deep level of soul trauma that we get restructured from the inside out. And I would say what I'm seeing you would have gone through here, I'm sorry you had to go through that. Really sorry. It'll take time to come out the other side, but come out the other side, you can and you will. But the main thing is you're going to have to let go of all attachments to your idea of what your love life would or could have looked like by this moment in time, in spite of because it wasn't possible for you to have it look different, given just kind of where you've been. We're in the perfect place for where you've been. And just even the fact that you're even asking the question, right? Like, what is it? How can I have love in my life? It is a direct reflection of the part of your soul that triumphs, that won, that still lives, that you even believe love can still happen for you, given what you've been through, is a testament to the unbreakability of your soul and the unconditionality of love, and the, just how much Diva, it's your turn. Please paste your question. No, they don't get it, Chi. You're going to have to detach from what your cohort is doing, fully detach from, their path in love and what things have looked like for them. Because they haven't been through what you've been through. And what you went through took time. It took time to go through that level of destruction. It's going to take time to go through the rebuild. Okay. So, be patient with yourself, be patient with life, and keep trusting. Like, if the fact that you even still want love after what I just saw in your chart, that's huge. That's huge. What you went through may have felt like it broke you, but it didn't. It didn't break you. You're not broken. Okay. And that's the part you have to remember. All right. Thank you so much for letting me read for you there. I certainly don't know the specifics of what happened, but I see the destruction and how long it went on for. And girlfriend, hugs, big hugs, big hugs. Do what you can to get as much healing as possible. To get as much opportunity with healers to help kind of heal your energy space, heal your heart chakra, and your solar plexus, because and your root, those three can take a real hit after something like what I just saw in your chart. Okay. So get external help with your healing, get energetic healing and psychological support as you need to trust life again. Okay. Mm-hmm. You do deserve it and you will have it. Trust that. Trust that part of you that still desires it. It's leading you to someplace good. And I'm happy to hear that that part of you is still intact. That part of you is indestructible. The part of you that believes in love, seeks love, wants to have love. All right. After Diva, we have Vivian, Heather, AL, Michelle, and Meluzine. Good. Very good. Very good, G. I'm happy to hear that. What does Diva say? How's 2022 looking for finances? Okay. A bit anxious about full-time work and study plus a mortgage. Damn girl, I would be too. 9/17, 1987, Lao, Toka, Fiji, 10:28 p.m. Okay. Well, I gotta say, the first half of the year looks phenomenal. Really, really good. Like January through June, July look really good financially. Then I see, let me get out into the second half of the year. Like financially, you look fine. Like the money you need is there, the money you need is accessible. Like things float along smoothly in the first half. Let's get out to July and see what happens. Then we get Jupiter finished with Pisces and into Aries. Mm-hmm. Where's your natal Mercury? Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, it's not bad. I'll tell you that. It's not bad, but I do see you needing to kind of juggle and shuffle a few things in the second half of the year to kind of figure it all out and ensure that you're not overstretching or overcommitted. I do see that there's a little bit of like a Like I see you feeling like, oh, and I want to do this with my money, and I want to do that with my money, and I want to take this trip, and I want to do that, and I want to do this self care, and I want to blah, blah. This is really talking about the need to get a bit more focused and a lot less expansive with what you're doing financially. Because I'm seeing a bit like some unexpected expenses come up with house stuff specifically. I'm not sure why I'm seeing that, but are you building house? Is that what you said? That you have a mortgage. Um, I'm just seeing unexpected expenses kind of arise and you being like, rah! And so I would say, to the degree that you're able to, because you're so focused on school and you're focused on the mortgage, like the things that you would do in a year where you didn't have school and a mortgage, like go on this trip with your girlfriends, go on that trip, like, splurge on this spa day, this, that, and the other thing. Like this is kind of a year where you're really going to need to just double down and focus your dreams. Because I see Jupiter here can expand your dreams in that 11th house. I'm seeing Jupiter opposing your natal Mercury, which is the ruler of the second house, can really put you, unfortunately, in a position where it's you almost feel like your money has to be working double hard, like you need it to be in three places at one time. The house needs a reno done. Yeah. I I don't know if I'm channeling this or not, but I'm seeing house expenses show up for you. I certainly, my conscious mind isn't recognizing those in the chart per se, but I am certainly, actually, I am. Now I see it. It's Jupiter opposite Mercury, but Mercury governing the majority of your fourth house of home. I just see that the house is just going to cost you things that you didn't expect. So don't overspend in areas where it's like, you just know, I'm giving you the heads up now. You are going to need to be financially quite focused in order to achieve that which is necessary for you to move through this period of time. Yeah, just don't do no extras, especially in the second half of the year. I wouldn't do any extras in the first half either. It looks like the money's there. It almost looks like you can bank a little in the first half of the year. But then the minute it's banked, it's like I'm seeing it's almost like you need, yeah. And it's also this Saturn that's going to talk to your natal Mercury in the middle of the year, the first half of the year. Yeah, just don't spend no extra money, girl. That's the best thing I can tell you. It looks tight, but it looks like you can do it as long as you're not trying to make your money do it all. If you can just, relax and just let your girls know, like, look, I know I'm not going to be able to come and be in your bridal shower. I can be a guest at your wedding, but I don't have money to do, the bridal shower and the this, that, and the blah, blah, blah. If you can just delay some of those things until you're either done with the mortgage, done with the repairs, or done with school, you're going to find that you're the unfortunate thing I'm seeing is that you can get into a bit of a credit crunch, unfortunately. Like I'm seeing as we get to the end of 2022, beginning of 2023, and even maybe into 2023, I'm seeing that you can find yourself like wanting to take a second mortgage out, wanting to, like get a loan. And I don't see that doing well for you for whatever reason. Just the positioning of Pholus here in the eighth, where loans and stuff live. If you don't live tight this year, I see next year you're going to need extra money, unfortunately. And that need for the extra money is going to bite you in the butt in the end, that loan. So, keep it tight, keep it tight. There's enough, but there's only just enough next year. Don't try to force this. And then in another couple years time, I see money opens up actually quite nicely for you. But for now, Yeah, tell your friends, tell your family, I'm not doing nothing that I don't financially have to. Um, and most of this is not a have to. Okay, Vivian, it's your turn. Please paste your question. And then after Vivian, we have Heather, AL, Michelle, and then Melusine. Okay. All right. I'm just going to use the restroom really quick. And then when I come back, I'm probably going to close the list. So if anyone has been hanging out and is like, oh, I think I want to ask a question, now's the time to ask it. Because once I close the list, it will be closed. And I'm probably going to close it in the next few minutes. I'll be right back. I'll wait for VW's question. And then Heather and AL, if you could get your question ready, I will go ahead and read you as soon as I'm done with VW. You're welcome, Diva. You're welcome. Be right back, guys. All right, I'm back. Thank you for your patience. All right, so let's do VW, then we'll do Heather. Heather, if you can get your question ready and just hold it, we will go ahead and do you after we do VW. Turkey. 1988. No birth time. 1988. Okay, let me share a screen. And let me hit the timer. Okay. So VW wants to know what's going on with the love life here. I just got out of a long-term relationship, 5 months when we first met. Although he's a Taurus, I think his personality is more like a Gemini. He does have a Gemini stellium. He's always hot and cold. He's driving me crazy. Let me just see. Oh, yeah, that's a control thing for him. Hmm. Interesting. All right. Well, where's Pluto and Mars? Well, right this minute, I see that this person is still cleaning up from the fallout of whatever was going on in that relationship. The Venus retrograde has this person really dealing with that ending still. That ending is in the process, like he's moving through the process of further through the process of completion. I'm gonna be real honest with you, VW. If he was in something long term and he was only 5 months out of something at the time you met him, based on what I'm seeing here, I don't think he's ready for anything real or anything serious. I wish I could tell you something different, babe, but I see a lot of hang up in the past because of the position of the Venus retrograde to his sun. I'm seeing a lot of kind of self reckoning conversations that need to be had about kind of where he's at in the world of relationship. By the middle of next year, he looks far more ready, far more interested, far more open, far more, just a lot less angst going on in the world of relationship for this person. But yeah, I'm seeing a lot of tension, a lot of angst, a lot of processing, a lot of, I don't want to say confusion. It doesn't look like confusion. It just looks like not doneness, straight up not doneness. Um, and needing to just understand himself, what happened, why it happened, what meaning and story does he ascribe to what occurred, and just where he's at now in his world and relationship as a function of that. So, VW, your advice as I'm looking at this, I would say, is to keep this light, keep it friendly, keep it expectation free, especially for him with so much fixed energy and so much cardinal energy in his chart. He has 6 cardinal initiatory placements, 8 fixed stabilization placements. You're going to be the first person to know if he wants to do something, like take something further. He's not going to hide that from you. He's not going to, as a person, his personality isn't such where he's going to play games with you or where he's going to run from you if he's not interested. If he's interested, he's not going to play a game of tag where he like tags you and then runs away. That's not this man's nature. What you're getting from him is a direct function of this person not being done processing that relationship ending with both his personality energy and the transitory energy. This to me looks like somebody who's, and then what you've said here, the combination of things, he's not ready, babe. And that's why you're getting more of his Gemini energy than anything else. That's nice. You really like him, girl, but you careful. These people who like, if he's not ready, but you really like him and he's entertaining your attention and affection, it can confuse you. In terms of feeling like this has more potential than it actually does at this point in time. Like I said, once he's ready, let me tell you something, you're going to be the first person to know. That's just the nature of his personality. No, VW, go back and listen to what I said, hon. I said it looks like he gets more ready in June, July of next year, but not, I don't know if you consider that soon or not. But I don't see that as a now thing. I see that as he's willing to entertain your kind of attention. he's willing to entertain it, but you will not have to wonder when this man is ready, because I am telling you, he will tell you directly. I did not see any problems in the world of opening up that throat chakra and getting his behavior and his words to line up and make it clear. No problems at all. What you're witnessing is a function of someone who's not ready, given what his chart looks like. And transits aside, you'll know when he's ready, because he'll let you know. He's that kind of person. He's not going to hide it from you. You will be super clear. You will feel pursued when he's actually ready. So Heather, it is your turn, beloved. Yeah, I mean, VW, listen, I'm probably only confirming what you already knew, right? That what I told you should not be a major surprise for you as an intuitive person. Hopefully I just confirmed it and clarified it. But yeah, I see this Venus retrograde through about the end of February, really having him focused on kind of like doing an autopsy on what just happened. And that's okay. We all need that. But doing the autopsy is not the time to also be in the place of like, and let me wine and dine you and take you out and give you flowers and romance you. Like the autopsy is like, it's two different types of energy, vibration, frequency lessons, right? Nine, 679. Yeah. So, like I said, he is willing to let you in. He's willing to entertain your attention. But when he has intention to return that attention, trust me, you'll know. You need to look at your own chart and take a look at, like, is this a pattern for me that I'm willing to entertain people who are not ready, not available? And what is it I can do to really be in a place where I only start entertaining people who are ready and people who are available? That's the real question here. I have so much coming up during this time and it has been draining, Heather says. Let me set the timer. Because I'm sure there's a lesson in this for you. You're not healed yet. Well, there's the mirror. I'm not sure exactly what to ask. I just need guidance, I guess, for the next few months, especially regarding my intuition and trusting myself and how to sort through what is my intuition and what is fears and insecurities. I'm open to hear about anything that stands out or comes through. Okay. You're welcome for the reading, BW. You are welcome. Okay. Guidance regarding your intuition. Let me see what's what. Okay. So you too have Uranus retrograding on top of your Chiron, and this is a hard transit. You also have Neptune sitting on top of your moon. That one's not easy. Dang. Hmm. All right. The best thing that I can say based on what I see here, Heather, I mean, I can see here that and I'm glad you asked about your intuition, because I can see that you're moving through a period of time with these two transits where you are getting your intuition expanded, widened, deepened in terms of what it is that you're experiencing on planet Earth. And this is a big deal. This is a big deal. It's almost like an attunement where through some of the painful experiences you've had, you're starting to learn some specifics about what it means to trust yourself, what it means to allow yourself to, um, you know, be present with some of the painful things you've been through. I mean, I certainly see you are an intuitive person. That part is here. Um, However, uh, what I'm seeing that goes on with this is a need to kind of revisit unfortunately, some of the wounds of the past, painful experience of the past. This is happening in the now time. It already happened this year. It's currently in unfoldment. Re-witnessing, re-experiencing some of those wounds and learning how to trust yourself, learning how to value your own intuition, learning how to listen to yourself. I'm seeing here for you having confidence in your own intuitive abilities. Yeah, this is a period of time where you're learning how to have confidence in those abilities. I see it's easier for you to walk through life with all of this major Virgo energy, which wants to have logic and rationalize and, think through things and then double think to make sure that you thought it right the first time and then think a third time because the evidence isn't quite lining up. The point of the entirety of this transit is to help you learn that not everything is going to make rational sense to you, and that your intuition can guide you in places where the rationale is just kind of missing in action for whatever reasons. So this is good, but I see that it's hard. It's hard to figure out what you're actually being told. You're going to learn the side of Virgo that is specifically about discernment in the world of relationships, seventh house, when it comes to your intuition. On one side of the Virgo coin, it's all about, how do I put it? Like paying attention to the details and the formula. But on the other side of the Virgo coin, it's about recognizing with discernment when it's time to lean into intuition and to put the formula away. Yeah, very challenging indeed. I agree. So hang in there. Some of why the intuitive pieces feel quite unclear, and they will clear up as we get into next year, especially into, the May, June, July components, April, May, June components, and Jupiter gets to sit with your moon when it comes to Neptune. You'll have greater discernment, but some of it at this time is just learning how to pay attention to how your intuition manifests for you. Is it clairsentience, clairaudience, clairvoyance? Is it empathy? Is it, premonition, retrocognition? Is it, kind of, happening through the body versus, the vision or the mind, the taste or the smell, right? As the clairs are opening up, and I do see that they opened up significantly in the last year in 2021, as the clairs are opening up, this chapter that you're moving into in 2022 is about learning how to utilize them with discernment and get yourself into a place where you believe you can trust what's presenting for you. In particular, in the world of relationship, learning how to trust what your senses are showing you more so than what the formula would dictate should, would, or could happen in this moment. Okay, so we're going to do your 3-card tarot pull. And then Al, if you could get your question ready for me and let me know which chart you want me to look at, that would be fine. That would be good. Oh, interesting. Hmm. Okay, so interesting. Normally it's a 3-card pull, but 2 and 2 came out. So we'll just work with the 4. The first 2 that came out were Devil reversed and 6 of Swords reversed. Very interesting. And then the second 2 came out were Page of Wands and 9 of Wands upright. Also interesting. So this speaks to me as like a moving away from and moving toward kind of energy. The moving away from energy has to do with feeling kind of the shadow side of the attachment in divine connection, or in general, just kind of like the shadow side, like the codependency, the enmeshment, the controlled, the feeling trapped by it all. Moving out of the shadow energy and letting go of that cycle, that repetitive cycle. Okay, got it, AL. I'm going to pull your chart for the answer to that question. That repetitive cycle of feeling like controlled by it, weighed down by it. Now I need to run away from it. And now I can come back to it. But then controlled by it, weighed down by it. Now I need to run away from it. Like that cycle of kind of like, it's too much. Now I need space. And then I come back because the pull is there and I can't escape the pull. Like you're moving out of that redundancy is what I'm seeing here with Devil upright and 6 of Swords, right? Reversed. And instead moving into Page of Wands, Devil reversed, 6 of Swords reversed. There's a real energy of kind of like repetitive toxicity that you're letting go of. Okay. Page of Wands upright, 9 of Wands upright. This is about learning how to take it a lot slower in the world of communication and be a lot more aware of the messages that are coming through when they come through, and paying attention to not just what's being said, but what's also not being said at the same time. And not just jumping in because the connection is there. Having a little bit more of a delay between, you showing up and you diving in, giving yourself some space to really be thoughtful about, is this safe for me? Is this appropriate for me at this time? Is something different here? Is this healthy at this time? Is this balanced at this time? And really utilizing, both what you're seeing in the 3rd dimension and the 5th, your intuition and your eyeballs, your ears and your clairaudience, utilizing the 2 together to get a complete understanding of what's happening, and not just trying to logic it out and reason it out with your brain and what's being said to you verbatim or at face value. Really taking some time to space out, put some space and some time and some distance between just diving in face first, only to repeat a cycle. Like show up, be present, and then allow, pay attention to what's happening, and then engage based on both what you're getting in your intuition and what you're seeing with your eyeballs. That's what this is about. Okay. So thank you for asking. Shadow work. That's your goal. You recently found out something I predicted happened. Got it. Yeah, it's Heather, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that it's been tricky, but the intuition pieces are coming online, and you're meant to learn the discernment side of Virgo energy. All right, AL. Let me just um, after AL, then yeah, you're welcome, Heather. After AL, then we're going to do Michelle and then Melusine, and then we're going to wrap. Kylie, if you have a question, and who else is here? I don't know if any of my moderators left, but if my mods have a question, I'll do a question for you. Um, all right. I just needed to shift some things so that we could look at this better. Let me share screen. And then let me find the chat again so that I can see if you have anything to say, AL. Here we go. No questions from Kylie. Okay, no problem. Okay, just wanted to offer just in case you had it because you hang out and you're such a great moderator, and I really appreciate all that you do. Okay, AL, can you see your chart? Yeah. Okay. So, and AL, can I ask you something? When I see here that we have a noon chart, a midday chart for you, is that your birth time? Noon, as far as you know it, or did I just make that up at the time? Let me know. Yeah, I see. I see why the dreams would be getting intense. That's your birth time, as far as we know. Okay, perfect. Okay, so when I look here, okay, perfect. When I look here, let me just set the timer so I don't fly away because I know me, I will fly. Okay, well, you remember when I asked you, I was like, oh, did you feel a disturbance in the force? It was probably the last time I read for you. And I think at that time we were looking at your person's chart. And I remember saying, like, I remember seeing a shift in your person's chart where they were going to be more open to the energy of the connection at it in such a way that you would have felt it. And you felt it. Simultaneously, now I'm seeing another shift. Like, you're very intuitive, which you already know. And specifically, you're very in tune with the energy of the connection itself, because there's just no resistance between you and the energy of the connection. So now I'm looking at your chart and I'm seeing another shift. The another shift, you remember, this new shift has to do with the movement of Jupiter into water sign Pisces. You can see Jupiter here at the 0 degree mark of Pisces. Jupiter in Pisces, for those of us who are highly intuitive, you're going to find that this heightens your intuition. It's going to make the dreams off the chain. They're going to be crazy, crazy. Expect more messages, more clarity, and even set yourself up to like keep a dream journal nearby because there's going to be a lot happening on the dream state that's going to help. I'm actually hearing it's going to help heal and integrate the energy of the causal chakra. I don't know how much you know about the causal chakra, but it's the one that sits directly behind the head, almost at the halo point. So you can Google about the causal chakra, but the Jupiter and Pisces energy is going to start to heal that for a lot of people and anchor that energy in. It's a divine feminine energy, and it starts to bring in heightened intuition because it anchors us to the reflection of the sun that comes from the moon itself. And so with Jupiter and Pisces here, you're going to get this boost through the dream state and through the causal chakra that's going to allow you to better understand the things that are happening in the connection in real time, but specifically through that dream state place. So it's going to be really important for you to start paying more attention to the dreams. Make it a point to remember them, get a practice around it. Because you're going to start to see some shifts unfold in the second half of the year after Jupiter completes in Pisces and moves into Aries, where you're going to find you personally are compelled, AL, to check in, to look again, to open up to communication, to maybe even see if some sort of communication might be possible. Because I don't have your person's chart in front of me, but I can see from yours, just based on the energies of the last 2 years, you knew this, and I've told you this. Your person they've been through it. Some of the places they've been and the things they've been through and the things they've been asked to reckon with in order to be here in the third dimension have required a bit of a break with faith and a rebuilding of a new construct of reality. And that new construct of reality is now coming into a place if they're being able to complete that process. But I stood up for my beliefs and values in my dream, where I never did that when we were interacting in the 3D. Yeah, good. Very good. Yeah, you're going to start to see that it's a reset of the energy between the two of you. Where the two of you came together and the energy when you first came together was really shrouded, I think, in some ways, in certain past life dynamics and drama, and passed to this life enmeshment and pain on both sides. You've since come through like you've laid that to rest. Like you're done with that story. You've been done with that story. And I think your person, on the other hand, had a little bit more to do, which I think you knew. We saw that with the last time that I read for you. You had kind of told me like the things that had gone on and the places they were going into. And I was like, damn. All right. So there was more to learn on the enmeshment and the codependency scale for them. Now that they are coming through the other side of that with a different construct of the way life is, you've come out of the cave or the tunnel. Now they've come out of the cave or the tunnel. There's a reset here in the energy. And I think you're going to feel prompted to do some new things in the energy in the second half of next year. I suspect that if you're open to it, don't kill the messenger. I suspect you're going to receive some amount of communication or signal that communication is now open in a way that it has not been open before. I also suspect, especially because that sixth house is the house of things that have power over us. For people who operate in divine connections, specifically like the shared soul connection, you're going to find that there are always very significant sixth house planets, placements, transits. I mean, it's loud in my chart and my counterpart's chart. There's always something going on with the sixth house. It's like, damn, I can't escape this shit. And so, what I'm seeing here for you is you're healing your relationship to things you can't control. And then counterparts energy arrives here in that same house next year, which I think is going to be revelatory. It's interesting because I actually had a dream recently as well, where I was shown, it was this week actually, a couple days ago, the entirety of people who anchor in resistance to the shared soul connection, they're being forced to face it in a really like no escape kind of way. And that's been hard for a lot of them, really hard. Essentially, they're being forced to integrate the energy of the connection. Like you get free will to do what you want with the connection, but acknowledging that the connection exists, dealing with the fact that it's there and it's a part of your world, and that there's it is unbreakable. You cannot make it be something else. That part's that you could make it be something else, that you could break it, that you could walk away from it, that you could escape, that part's done. We're coming to the end of that timeline, where there is a kind of like a overarching resistance to the fact that it exists. Yeah, I mean, painful, but not necessarily painful. It's more kind of like yeah, like just realizing there are just certain things you cannot control, you can't get rid of. You're not going to be able to make it something different. And so here's what we got for your 3 card pull. And I think you'll probably get your own messages from this as well. I'm using, in case you just want to study the deck, for you, I use the Light Seer Tarot in case you wanted to take a peek. Ace of Pentacles upright, 9 of Swords reversed, 2 of Wands reversed. Bottom of the deck, we have 4 of Cups reversed, Queen of Pentacles reversed, right? So we have this significant amount of resistance energy or deliberation kind of energy or up in the head energy. The significant amount of that energy completely in the reverse. Again, so that's 9 of Swords reversed, 2 of Wands reversed, bottom of the deck, 4 of Cups, Queen of Pentacles reversed. So this kind of like, oh, I'm good by myself. I'll just be over here and pretend this doesn't exist. Wah, wah. It's a nothing. It happened. Whatever. No. That's over, because what led the spread was the Ace of Pentacles upright. Yeah, I love that deck too. It's a really pretty deck. And then underneath those 2 reversals of, I'll just pretend to be Queen of Pentacles and resist the 4th cup, right? I'll just pretend like that's all there is. Just below those 2 things, we get the Magician upright. So, I know what all of that means. I don't have to explain all of that to you, but I will say that as I'm reading it, it just looks like there's new beginning energy here for the 2 of you. And this new beginning energy is anchored in the 3rd dimension. It wasn't Ace of Wands. It wasn't Ace of Swords. It was not Ace of Cups. It was literally in the 3rd dimension, like new beginning energy in the material realm for the 2 of you, that has a lot to do with accepting the reality of the connection and its existence. And so, I've seen this a lot. I actually had an interesting conversation this morning with 2 healers that I work with over in South Africa, and they were saying that this is a thing that's actually going on that they've seen in their healing work as well. I certainly had a dream about it this week as well. I don't know what your dreams were, but for all in the collective who are listening to this at this time in this message, we are moving into a new chapter. That doesn't mean that it's going to be, roses and romance tomorrow, right? But there is an an acceptance of the connection in a new way among both sides of the connection, among both counterparts that's coming forward as we hit the opening of this union window and its peak in January of 2023. So there we are with that. Exciting shifts, exciting changes. Pay attention to those dreams because they're going to be a lot of prompts in the first half of the year and in the second half of the year that shows you that you're going to need to move and groove in some very specific and different ways to ensure, like, just pay attention to where you're being guided in the connection, to reach out, to not reach out, to, just let them know that there's an opening here. I don't know what you're going to be guided to do, but whatever it was up until this point, chapter's over. We're in a new game now. Okay. So hopefully that's helpful to you, AL. Thank you so much for letting me read for you. Feel free to come back if you have any questions or email me if you want to set up a private reading or something. Okay. All right. Michelle. Yeah, you're welcome, AL. Thank you. Michelle, and then Melusine, and then that's our list. We're done. Okay. Let me get Michelle. Did we do Heather? Yeah, we did Heather. And let me see Melusine. Michelle and Melusine, and then we'll complete. Yay. How will either business or love be the most impactful in 2022 for me? All right, let's have a look. Toronto. (1:14). Oops, 14 a.m. Let's see. One thing that I'll say that I think, AL, you may resonate with that. I don't know if you're still here, or MY, if you're still here. But one thing I've noticed is that there are certain people who have the experience of kind of being anchor points in collective energy, where they experience certain energetic shifts and changes first. They receive certain messages first. They have certain dynamics unfold first. And part of why it happens first for them is because from a soul level, they're just connected to a large group around them that will move through the changes after, but they're meant to anchor them in first. And just by nature of knowing who you are, AL, and who you are, MY, and seeing some of the changes that have unfolded for you in time and space and when they have unfolded, I can see that both of you and your counterparts operate and you stand in the gap for the collective in that way. So some of why it has been as hard as it has been for each of you in your connections, because I know each of your stories, kind of separately, some of why you've been through what you've been through, and then you've gone on to create what you have created as a function of what you learned in the connection, is a direct reflection. It's a direct function. It was a necessary step in terms, like, you went through what you went through so that you could create what you created in such a way that you could be a beacon and a leader for others in your soul group. Okay. So I've certainly seen that for you, MY. I definitely get the sense that that's a case for you as well, AL, based on what I know about you, that it wasn't an accident. It wasn't painful for no reason. The pain has served a purpose and will continue to do so, because it's almost like the two, you and your counterpart, you hold open, you on one side, your counterpart on the other. It's like you hold open these gates through which other divine counterparts are going to be able to walk through when it comes to anchoring love, when it comes to understanding love's power, and what love has the ability to do, the ability to offer, in particular around the necessity of self love in the equation. Okay. And that's especially for you, AL. I can see that you're anchoring that. And I know if you're anchoring that, that your counterpart is too. Okay. So consider yourself nodes, nodes that are meant to activate the rest of the collective. That's kind of the way it's been shown to me. All right, let's go ahead and read for Shall business or love be most impactful? I just started your timer. Let's do this. Hmm, hmm, hmm. Interesting. It's going to be a good year for you. Thanks, Kylie. I appreciate you putting that. With Jupiter moving into your seventh house and into Pisces, and then impacting Cancer, water sign Cancer, and also water sign Scorpio, for you, this year is going to bring forward a transmission around, um, a lot of opening when it comes to connection, when it comes to expansion, and when it comes to, how can I put this? Opportunity for love to anchor into your world, opportunity for career to grow and expand, and opportunity for you, frankly, who you are to grow and expand as well. Because of the way Jupiter is going to speak to your Sun, Juno, Lilith conjunction here, I do see that you're going to be really partnership driven this year, wanting to create partnership, speak about partnership, lean into partnership, teach on partnership, be in a place of sharing, giving, receiving partnership, equal give and take, and overcoming any hindrances in your own energetic space that stop you from being able to do that. And that energy began this year with Jupiter through Aquarius speaking to your Libra stellium. Libra is the sign of partnership. In that second house, it's about really valuing partnership. And Jupiter through air sign, sister air sign Aquarius, speaking to sister air sign Libra, this is really, you've already begun the process of really gearing up to anchor in love in a very significant and different way. The business component follows and trails right behind that. We have Saturn still sitting in sister sign Aquarius, speaking to your Libra stellium here, and your Gemini midheaven, air to air to air. And this Saturnian energy is trying to help you buckle down, get focused, lean in to where the work is, so that as love is ready to unfold for you, as money is ready to expand for you, you're just more mature in the way that you've handled it. It's not to say you were immature before, but you're graduating. You're moving to the next level of maturity at this period of time. And I see that to get, the same results that you've had before, you have to almost work twice as hard financially. And it's because this is to set you up. It's to set you up for a quantum leap forward in the world of money and work. And it's also to set you up in terms of love with a deeper understanding that you already knew this, Shell. I can see with your sun placement in Scorpio. You already knew relationships were work, but I think now what's coming into your vision and coming into crystallization is the reality that of what is your part of the dance. What is the work that you need to bring to it for a relationship to feel good, for it to be positive, for it to have good forward movement and momentum. Okay. um Yeah, it may be a little bit of that. I'll be honest. I think, 2019, 2020 might have facilitated a bit of that separation for you. I'm not going to lie. And I certainly see this year with Saturn in 2022 preparing to walk toward that 17 degree point of Aquarius. Um, you know, part of this for you is, learning how to let go of the outcome of the connection and attachment to where the connection takes you, but to keep the lessons the connection gave you in love and in life, and to not be jaded by what has happened here, but instead to give yourself the permission to accept that there are things about this that you just are not going to be able to control. Because again, we were just talking about this with AL, major sixth house transit here with both Jupiter and Saturn being in the sixth house. Sixth house is the things that we can't control, things that have power over us. You're being asked to really lean into the fact that you can't control how this love is going to play out in the third dimension. You're not going to get permission to dictate where it's going to go and how it's going to look. In fact, the only way for it to manifest itself according to, the highest order is letting go. Letting go, and as the old adage says, letting God. And what won't just help you with your business. This experience was going to help you be a better person everywhere in your life that matters, with your family, with, love in the future, with your friends. This experience was meant to initiate you into the ways of love, so that you would have the opportunity to be a beacon of love in your life, and let love that's meant to find you in the way that it's scheduled to, so that you're not in this place of, well, he didn't show up, so I guess that sucked. Maybe twins are just never supposed to be together. Jadedness. You find a lot of that sometimes with people when things didn't work for them the way they wanted them to. But it was never about making it come together or not. It was about learning how to become an initiate in love and walking the path of love in this lifetime, no matter where it took you. And surrendering to that path, even though sometimes it's hard, and knowing that you cannot control the path of the heart, not for them and not for you. And that's actually the way it's supposed to be. We're not supposed to be manipulating it and controlling it and trying to get outcomes from it. Hollywood would like us to believe that, but that's not the way it really works, right? We're here to rewrite these kind of misguided beliefs about the way love and connection operate. In your 3-card tarot pull, I'm using the Light Seer Oracle for you as well, Michelle. I see Knight of Wands upright. That's the Knight with a T. 8 of Pentacles reversed, Hermit upright. Bottom of the deck, we've got Ace of Swords upright. Yeah. Ace of Swords upright. After that, Ace of Wands reversed, Chariot reversed. As I'm looking at this, the story that it's really telling me, the Knight of Wands is in the moment. Then part of why we look at the Knight of Wands and we say, oh, that's the in and out knight. That's the knight that can't be stable. That's the knight that comes and goes. The Knight of Wands energy comes and goes quickly, but it's because it's about the business of exploration, of seeing what's what and where, and exploring the entirety of the territory. It's about being in the flow of life in real time. And that's what fire energy does. It sits in the flow of life in real time. And that's very different than that middle energy that we got, which is Eight of Pentacles, but it's reversed. Eight of Pentacles isn't about being in the flow of life. Eight of Pentacles, when it's upright, it's about planning, dedication, focused grit, hard work, really kind of putting in the effort and the time. And with the Hermit at the end, because that Eight of Pentacles is reversed and the Knight of Wands is upright, from the major arcana with the Hermit at the end, this is giving us the message that it's necessary for you to take time to understand the difference between the two. There's a time to be in flow and there's a time to work. There's a way to operate in the world of making things happen. And then there's a time to just let go and allow, and getting the discernment on the difference is what's called for here. That Eight of Swords, bottom of the deck, Ace of Swords upright, and then Ace of Wands reversed. There are two new beginning cards here. One is mental, one is spiritual, but this is really talking about the necessity of letting the mental energy and the mental clarity sink in about what you've learned here as an initiate in love, and get to the root of the lessons, so that as you move into the next cycle in your life, because it's upon you, this next cycle is opening, you're not repeating cycles. You're not repeating kind of, playing out what happened here with counterpart, even though it was hard and painful. You're not building in limiting beliefs and negative beliefs about how, like, divine counterpart love never happens. It never works out. It's always a failure. I should just look for a soulmate. I should just, live in a less than state. That was a total wash. Not letting beliefs limit you in terms of what you've experienced, but instead allowing what you've experienced to enhance everything that happens next. Okay. All right. So hopefully that provided some insight for you about some of the lessons there for you and how to work with the energy. Okay. Yeah, it's new levels for sure. And just stay open to what life and love are presenting to you. Okay, Melusine, it is your turn. Thank you so much for your patience, beloved. Hey, Marianne, welcome from Sydney. It's so lovely to see you here. The list is indeed closed today. I've been on for about 4 hours and I'm about to wrap up, hun. So if you would like to get on my private list, next time I offer this, you will be the first to know. I believe the link to join my private list is below this video in the description box. So you can join the private list there, Marianne. And that's the best way to find out. You can also subscribe to the channel and hit the notification bell so that when I do this again, your phone will give you a little notification that I'm live and you can jump on the list. All right, Melusine, let's jump on this. Einstadt, Austria. It's okay. It happens. Eisenstadt. Oh, how am I spelling that? Eisenstadt. There we go. I have it right now. 2/7/1981. 2/7/81. 6:45 a.m. Okay. All right, let's see. You're welcome, Marianne. I'd love to read for you when I'm back again. I'm not sure when I'll do this again. I may do one more next Wednesday, but as of right now, I'm not planning to, but we'll see. Okay. All right. Let me see. Let me set the timer. Here we go. Unwillingness to move forward in my job, having to finish huge workload until the end of January, moving forward in February. Okay, that makes sense. Where's your natal Jupiter? Yeah, that makes sense. Moving in February. Will there be a push forward or will it be me weightlifting? That's such a great question. Yeah, it's going to be, it won't necessarily be a push forward, but it'll feel more like you got released a little bit. That's the best way I can describe it. Like you get kind of like, whoo, like you get released, like let out for recess or something, or like you get freed up. And the reason I say that is because of the way the Venus retrograde is going down right now. This Venus retrograde is what's causing the extra work. It's what's causing the extra workload and like the heavy lifting, and also just kind of the stuckness for you in the subconscious mind. That's that 12th house. Like there's this kind of like, can't move forward, but can't escape what it is. There's a bit of that. Okay. And so because of that, you're going to find that there is a, just this like Venus retrograde ends at the end of January, but the energy is with us until the end of February. And because of this and the placement of it, there is a heaviness. There is a little bit of feeling like you can't move forward. There's a non-momentum. Venus governs the house of your conscious mind. So it's like your conscious mind is even moving backwards, even though you might really have a desire to move forward. As Venus begins to move forward at the end of January, things do get lighter and lighter and lighter. And they get lighter and lighter in such a way where, you can begin to really feel like, okay, yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready to move forward. It still feels a little heavy because Venus has one more meetup with Pluto and she's hanging out in the subconscious mind, but at least you're moving forward. And then by the end of February, going into March, she finally pops out over here for your annual Venus return inside of Aquarius. And at that time, it's like you're kind of like, let me get the hell out of here. I don't even know what I was doing. What was I thinking? But in between now and then, it just looks like you're wrapping up loose ends. I think some of the loose ends have a lot to do with your subconscious and limiting beliefs in that 12th house that keep you chained to dysfunction in the world of work for you, and keep you chained to doing things that rob you of your power, giving your power away, participating in other people taking more power and not giving enough back to you. The confrontation that you're going to be dealing with between now and then is this dance where you need to decide, am I worth it? Am I worth it? Like, do I deserve to let go of people who would take rather than give, of a job that would take rather than give? And it's not just the am I worth it piece as much as it is the how can I stop the process of feeling like I am, how do I put this? Trapped. That's the word. How can I stop telling myself the story that I am trapped? Because you're not trapped, Melusine. You're not trapped. you never were trapped and you never will be trapped. You always have free will. You always have a choice. But what you're being forced to deal with here is the limiting and subconscious beliefs that cause you to believe in your own trappedness to such a degree that it's keeping you in that recognizing it's exactly that. I'm unwilling to move forward. And what you're being asked to do at this time is pick apart what's at the root of the unwillingness. Name those fears. Look at where they came from. Why have they been allowed to persist? And what's a new story you can write for yourself? Okay. So let's do your 3-card tarot pull, Melusine. Been doing the 3-card tarot for everyone. Lightworker Oracle deck hasn't really wanted to talk to people today. That's probably because of the way Venus and Pluto are dancing. Let me know if you prefer a Lightworker Oracle. If you do, then I'm sure it will talk, but it's just from a vibrational frequency, it vibrates at a higher level, it gives higher level messages than the tarot does. And even though the Light Seer Oracle deck is a higher vibrational deck than the standard Rider Waite, there is a little bit of a ooh la la, yeah, okay, yeah. The Light Seer Oracle wanted to talk, so we will work with this. Pluto's heaviness is more appropriate. It's like, okay, no, you guys have some third dimensional stuff to deal with there on Earth. So let's just go ahead and deal with the tarot. So here's what we have: the Wheel reversed, 7 of Cups upright, Ace of Pentacles reversed, bottom of the deck, Page of Pentacles upright. Woo, and just below that, the Tower. This is talking about the fact that there's a cycle here that's not done. There's something here that you need to work through and finish out. You're nearing the edge of it. You're nearing the end of it. Ooh, Melusine, I just got your message, said Light Seer. Okay, I'll pull you one. You're nearing the end of it, but in order to close out this cycle, what this is specifically saying is you have some decisions you need to make. You have some decisions you have to make in terms of closing certain doors so that other ones can open, because it's not going to be possible to move ahead with the doors that you like, with the way that it's all set up. Now you have to be willing to shut certain things so that other things can become possible. Okay. And as soon as you shut those things, then it's like the wheel can turn, the Ace of Pentacles can move upright, Page of Pentacles, a new beginning can occur, and the Tower can finally fall. But it's just not going to be possible with you suspending decision. And that's the issue here, is that the decisions aren't being made on your part. Okay, so what we have going on is alchemical mutation, number 31. So let's look at that. Your spiritual growth is changing your mind, body, and soul. It's very real. It's helping you fulfill all aspects of your divine destiny. It's awakening spiritual talents and attracting in new energies. This process will bring tremendous joy and satisfaction. The body changes as light enters. Alchemy is catalyzed and transformation happens. Sometimes the appearance of the body changes. There will be change in how the body feels, responds, acts, and creates. Radiance increases. Lightness of being increases. If you have clairvoyant vision, you will see an increase in light. Spiritual abilities become grounded in the body. The spirit becomes a living reality in the body, and the material world is experienced as an extension of divine light. The alchemy is an empowering gift of love. Symptoms can be challenging. If you've experienced symptoms, it could be a result of increased spiritual energy affecting the body. Take care of your body, eat more water, drink, see health professional, drink more water, sleep. Eat things that are encouraging and natural. See health professionals where appropriate. Sleep really will help you reorganize and integrate the light. And use cooling energy with your hands to try and integrate the light as well. It sounds like that might be what you need in order to make the decisions that we just spoke about. And coming out with it was the card just before it as clarifier dark angel. The dark angel comes to you with a radical truth. Divine love is always there for you, without exception, Melusine. Love will never forget you. It will never stop caring for you, even when it seems most unlikely. In fact, especially then, the divine is reaching for you and nurturing you. Even our wounds are ways that we can discover love and divine grace through the healing process. The divine is always helping you remember who you are and find your true joy. When the dark angel appears, you're being given a gift of light, even if it may seem to be a hidden blessing. Okay. So, a dark mystery is one that helps us learn that even if things don't seem to be working out according to the timing or the methods that we believe necessary, the light and love of spirit are unfailing. If a door is closed in your face, it's the wrong door for you. Divine love will ensure that the right door opens at the right time. All right. So that's what I got, beloved. Decisions need to get made, and you are well supported by the universe in making said decisions. Thank you. This is on point. Such lovely messages. You are welcome, Melusine. All right. That's what I got. List is closed. We are done for today. Like I said, I'm not really sure if I'm going to be back next week. I kind of need to feel into the energy and see where I'm at with it. It might be kind of like a last minute decision if I do it. Because next week, I think my schedule changes. Does the schedule change next week? Let me look. No, it changes the following. Yeah, that's when it changes. Okay, so I might be back again next week, but if you're on the private list, you'll be the first to know, and then I'll be able to read for you that way. Thank you so much for being here with me, all of you. Please have a safe and happy new year. I know many of us will be spending it alone or solo or with a very limited group this time, but there are lots of wonderful spiritual things to do on the internet as you bring your new year in. So I encourage you to find something that lifts your spirit and connects you to where you're ascending toward, rather than feeling like you need to hang out in the old energies, despite how heavy it is at this moment in time. I love you guys so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for being here with me. You guys are an awesome group with so much love and support for one another. And it's just an honor to be in service to you. Take great care, everyone. Bye.